This video is the complete Resident Evil timeline as told through the games, starting with the origins of bioweapon research, moving through the Spencer Mansion and the fall of Raccoon City, and continuing all the way to the events that lead directly into RE9. Because this is a long, uninterrupted deep dive, I've structured the video into clear blocks like the Arklay Era, the Raccoon City collapse, and the Mold Era. That way, if you need to pause, step away, or fall asleep, you can easily find your place again when you return. Take your time with it. This is the full story, told in order, without rushing past the details. This first section covers the foundations of bioweapon research and the decisions made decades before the first infection ever reached the outside world. The roots of the global biological nightmare that would eventually consume entire cities can be traced back to a single ancient mutagen discovered in the heart of West Africa. Known as the Progenitor Virus, this retrovirus was found within the genome of a rare breed of flowers called the Sonnentrepper, or the stairway to the sun, growing in a subterranean sun garden guarded by the Indipaya tribe. The flowers were the centerpiece of a culture that viewed the virus's mutagenic properties as a divine test for kingship. For centuries, the Indipaya had observed how the virus could grant a chosen few superhuman abilities while liquefying the organs of the vast majority. In its natural state, the Progenitor Virus was a brutal and selective agent of forced evolution, capable of rewriting the genetic code of any host it successfully bonded with. When Western explorers and scientists like Oswell Spencer, James Marcus, and Edward Ashford rediscovered the Sun Garden in December 1966, they saw more than a botanical curiosity. They saw a tool that could theoretically bypass millions of years of natural selection. Spencer, in particular, was captivated by the idea of using the virus to create a superior race of humans, an Übermensch that he alone would lead as a god. However, early research proved that the unmodified Progenitor Virus was too lethal for commercial or military use, killing 99% of its hosts almost instantly. This forced the researchers to begin a decades-long process of mutation and refinement, which is seeking a strain that would preserve the beneficial mutations while allowing the host to survive the initial infection. The Progenitor Virus acted as the foundational template for every bioweapon Umbrella would ever produce. The corporation's scientists realized that while the raw virus was difficult to control, its adaptability made it a perfect base for genetic splicing. They began introducing foreign DNA, ranging from leeches to human embryos, into the progenitor strains to create more stable and predictable weapons. This research was conducted in absolute secrecy, hidden behind the legitimate medical front of the Umbrella Pharmaceuticals brand. The public was told that the company was seeking cures for cancer and heart disease, while in reality, they were cataloging the most efficient ways to weaponize the human body's own immune response. As the research progressed, the scientists discovered that the virus could be used to reanimate dead tissue, a property that would eventually lead to the creation of the T-virus. The ability of the progenitor strains to keep a host's cells alive even after clinical death was the breakthrough that made Umbrella's vision for an army of tireless soldiers possible. However, the virus remained volatile, and the early containment failures in the African outpost provided a grim preview of the disasters to come. The local wildlife and the Indipaya tribespeople were the first to suffer from the corporate exploitation of the Sun Garden, just as the very flowers that once brought divine power began to leak a plague that would one day reach the shores of America. By the early 1970s, the Africa lab had successfully synthesized several variants of the Progenitor Virus, allowing research to move to more advanced facilities in Europe and North America. The original research site in the Kajuju region was eventually abandoned, but the soil remained saturated with the ancient mutagen. The Progenitor Virus was no longer just a tribal legend. It was a global liability. The era of biological warfare had begun, and the world was now carrying a dormant death sentence that had been cultivated in a garden of ancient flowers. Every zombie, every tyrant, and every mutation that would follow was merely an echo of the primal hunger first found in the stairway to the sun. The Umbrella Corporation was officially incorporated in April 1968, but its true birth occurred in the twisted ambitions of a single man. Oswell Spencer was a European aristocrat and a cold, ruthless elitist who viewed the world as a chaotic mess in need of a new, divine order. Unlike his colleagues, James Marcus and Edward Ashford, who were primarily driven by scientific discovery, Spencer was motivated by a sadistic eugenics ideology. He believed that those who were mentally and physically superior should lead the rest of humanity, and he saw the Progenitor Virus as the key to achieving this goal. Umbrella was never intended to be a simple pharmaceutical company. It was a global pharmaceutical front designed to fund and hide Spencer's quest for godhood. Spencer's genius wasn't in virology, but in corporate manipulation and psychological control. He understood that to build a new world order, he needed the protection of the existing one. He used his immense family fortune to establish the Spencer Foundation, a charitable trust that headhunted the brightest young minds and indoctrinated them with his values. This program eventually led to the Wesker Children Project, where children of intellectuals were raised to be the elite leaders of his new world. Spencer remained a shadow behind the scenes, using the Umbrella Board of Directors as a shield against government oversight and public scrutiny. He was a master of corporate deniability, ensuring that even as the company's bioweapons were sold on the black market, the Umbrella logo remained a symbol of global health and progress. The relationship between the three founders was one of mutual distrust and cold ambition. Spencer viewed Marcus and Ashford as tools to be used and discarded once their research was complete. He eventually orchestrated a series of accidents and betrayals to consolidate his power within the company. Edward Ashford died shortly after the company's founding in a staged Progenitor Virus accident, leaving Spencer to steer the corporation's research toward his own eugenics goals. James Marcus was allowed to continue his work on the T-virus for another decade, but even he was ultimately eliminated once his obsession with leeches made him a liability. Spencer's rule over Umbrella was absolute, and he cultivated an environment of fear and competition that ensured the fastest results at the highest human cost. Umbrella's corporate slogan, "Preserving the health of the people," was a dark irony that Spencer enjoyed. While the company produced legitimate vaccines and household medicines, the profits were funneled into subterranean laboratories, where the line between medicine and murder was permanently blurred. Spencer realized early on that bioweapons were the most profitable export for a company that operated outside the law. He established a global network of black sites and research facilities, ensuring that if one lab was compromised, the rest of the empire would survive. Raccoon City became the crown jewel of this network, a town that was financially and politically integrated with Umbrella, to the point where the municipal government was effectively a corporate branch. The birth of Umbrella marked the beginning of an era where corporate power surpassed national sovereignty. Spencer used his influence to buy the silence of federal agencies and to secure lucrative military contracts, ensuring that the development of bioorganic weapons was subsidized by the very taxpayers they would eventually destroy. He was a man who planned in decades, not years, and he was patient enough to wait for the perfect virus to be created. To Spencer, the individual lives lost in his laboratories were irrelevant. They were merely the biological currency needed to pay for his eventual transcendence. He viewed himself as the architect of a new humanity, a god who had built an umbrella of lies to protect himself while he prepared for the end of the old world. By the late 1980s, Spencer's control over Umbrella was so complete that he began to withdraw from the day-to-day operations, retiring to his various estates and castles, while his chosen operatives carried out his will. He watched the development of the Tyrant Project and the refinement of the T-virus from afar, confident that his vision was nearing its climax. He had created a monster that spanned the globe, a corporate entity that was biologically and politically incapable of being stopped. The birth of Umbrella was the first step in a chain reaction that would eventually lead to the total collapse of civilization, exactly as Spencer had planned. Before the Spencer Mansion became a graveyard for the STARS teams, the Umbrella Corporation spent decades conducting brutal and illegal human experiments in its early laboratories. These trials began in the 1950s and 1960s, long before the company was even officially incorporated. The researchers, led by Spencer and Marcus, used homeless people, prison inmates, and political dissidents as test subjects for the raw Progenitor Virus. The goal was to find a genetic compatibility that would allow a host to thrive under the virus's influence. But the reality was a series of agonizing deaths that were recorded with clinical precision. These early experiments proved that the human body was remarkably resistant to forced evolution, often suffering from systemic organ failure and neurological collapse within minutes of infection. One of the most foundational and tragic subjects of this era was the Trevor family. George Trevor, the architect who designed the Spencer Mansion, was abducted along with his wife and daughter, Lisa, in 1967. While George was trapped in the mansion's death traps and his wife died during early testing, their daughter Lisa exhibited a unique and terrifying resilience. For over 30 years, Lisa was subjected to a spectrum of viruses, the progenitor, the T-virus, and eventually the NE-alpha parasite. Her body became a living incubator for mutation, serving as a biological cornerstone for almost every major breakthrough in Umbrella's history. Lisa Trevor was the foundational subject for regeneration and mutation research that heavily influenced later viral strains, specifically the G virus and the Nemesis project. The research during this era was characterized by a total lack of ethical constraints. Umbrella established its first major laboratory in the Arklay Mountains to conduct these experiments away from public view. The facility was designed to be a testing floor where the scientists could observe the effects of various pathogens on live human subjects in a controlled, isolated environment. They documented infection times, aggression levels, and the physical degradation of the host's body. The researchers discovered that the virus had a tendency to attack the frontal lobe, destroying the subject's higher brain functions and leaving only a primal, cannibalistic hunger. This led to the classification of the first zombies, which Umbrella saw not as a failure, but as a potentially useful, tireless labor force or a biological deterrent. During the 1970s, James Marcus took over as the primary director of the Umbrella Executive Training School, where he continued to push the boundaries of human experimentation. He began to experiment with the fusion of viral strains and animal DNA, using leeches as a primary vector for the Progenitor Virus. Marcus's notes from this period describe a growing detachment from his subjects, whom he viewed as nothing more than biological material for his masterpiece, the T virus. He would often use his own students or low-level employees for his private tests, ensuring that the facility was a place of constant, quiet slaughter. The early human experiments of this era were the secret foundation upon which the entire corporate empire was built, a history of agony that was buried under the Victorian wallpaper of the Spencer estate. The data harvested from these decades of suffering was the only reason Umbrella was able to create commercial bioweapons. The company realized that the most valuable asset in biological warfare was a subject who could survive the initial infection long enough to mutate into a weaponized form. Lisa Trevor's body provided the key to this survival, showing that a host could adapt to multiple, conflicting viruses if the conditions were right. Every successful tyrant and every refined strain of the T virus was a direct descendant of the horrors committed against the Trevor family and the hundreds of other forgotten subjects. The early 1970s were a decade of quiet, focused atrocity, where the blueprints for the Raccoon City disaster were first drafted in the blood of the innocent. By the end of the 1970s, Umbrella had established a clear protocol for human experimentation that would be followed for the next 20 years. They moved their research deeper underground, building facilities like the Nest beneath Raccoon City to ensure that their resources were always close at hand. The early human experiments had proven that humanity was remarkably malleable if you were willing to destroy it in the process. Oswell Spencer watched the reports from his castle, satisfied that the biological groundwork for his new world order was finally in place. The era of the zombie was nearing its public debut, and the secret history of the Arklay labs was about to become a global reality. The Spencer Mansion, built in the Arklay Mountains in 1967, was a masterpiece of architectural horror designed to hide Umbrella's most dark and dangerous secrets. While it appeared to be a grand Victorian estate for corporate VIPs, it was actually a vertical hunting ground and a testing facility for the T virus. The house was filled with biometric locks, death traps, and secret passages designed by George Trevor to ensure that no one could leave without authorization. However, even with these precautions, the estate suffered from early containment failures throughout the 1980s. Improper disposal of biohazardous waste and the deterioration of the aging laboratory equipment led to a series of silent leaks that were dismissed internally as minor lab errors. These failures allowed the T virus to begin its slow, steady infiltration of the surrounding forest, years before the STARS team arrived. The first signs of these failures were often subtle: mutated crows, aggressive forest animals, and reports of hikers who disappeared into the trees and never returned. Umbrella's leadership, particularly Oswell Spencer, chose to ignore these incidents, viewing the local population as a secondary testing pool for the virus's environmental spread. The waste disposal systems of the mansion were integrated with the city's own infrastructure, meaning that any failure in the lab's filters would eventually reach the water supply of Raccoon City. During the 1980s, several researchers noted a rise in aggressive behavior among the local wildlife. But these reports were suppressed by corporate security to avoid a panic that might disrupt the lucrative military contracts Umbrella was securing. The lack of a centralized containment protocol meant that the various Umbrella facilities in the Arklay Mountains were often working at cross purposes. James Marcus, operating out of the training school, was conducting his own volatile experiments with leeches, while the Mansion lab focused on the Tyrant project. This fragmented structure led to multiple points of failure. In 1995, the mother of the G virus research, Lisa Trevor, managed to escape her containment cell and wander the Mansion grounds for several days, killing several security guards before being lured back into the darkness. This incident was the first clear sign that even Umbrella's most secure facilities were no longer able to hold the monsters they had created. The improper disposal of viral samples was a systemic issue within the company. Umbrella viewed Raccoon City as a company town, and they treated the environment with the same disregard they showed their test subjects. They dumped chemical runoff and biological waste into the Arklay River, unaware, or perhaps uncaring, that the pathogen would eventually mutate in the wild. The T virus proved to be remarkably resilient, surviving in the soil and water for long periods and infecting everything from the plants to the rodents. The Arklay Mountain murders that would eventually draw national attention in 1998 were the inevitable result of a decade of corporate negligence and containment failures that had been hushed up by a corrupt municipal government. By the late 1990s, the Spencer estate was a ticking time bomb. The laboratory equipment was aging, the staff was overworked, and the virus was evolving faster than the containment protocols could be updated. The lab errors of the 1980s had grown into a systemic collapse. When the final catastrophic leak occurred in May of 1998, it wasn't a surprise to those who had been paying attention to the internal reports. The facility was already dark, the researchers were already turning, and the mansion was already filled with the moans of the dead. The first containment failures had been allowed to fester for years, proving that Umbrella's arrogance was their greatest vulnerability. The Spencer estate failures were a preview of the Raccoon City collapse. They showed that once a biological agent like the T virus is released into a human ecosystem, it cannot be contained through traditional means. The corporation believed they could control the fire, but they had already allowed the sparks to land in the dry grass of the forest. Every bad call and every ignored warning in the 1980s led directly to the helipad on the night the mansion finally burned. The legacy of the Spencer estate was one of calculated neglect, a corporate massacre that was decades in the making. While the North American branch of Umbrella focused on the brute force of the T virus and the Tyrant project, Umbrella Europe was building a shadow network dedicated to more refined methods of biological warfare. The European facilities, particularly those in France and Germany, focused on parasite-based control and maintaining host intelligence. They realized early on that an army of mindless zombies was a blunt instrument that was difficult to direct in a tactical environment. Their goal was to create a bioorganic weapon that could follow complex orders and operate with a level of tactical awareness that rivaled human special forces. This research eventually led to the development of the NE-alpha parasite, the biological core of the Nemesis project, which proved that Umbrella could rewrite the brain of a host while preserving its lethal efficiency. The European Shadow Network was a highly secretive web of labs that operated independently of the main corporate structure in America. This created a fierce rivalry between the two branches, as the European scientists sought to prove the superiority of their parasite-based approach. They focused on the humanoid soldier concept, believing that a bioweapon that could be disguised as an ordinary person would be the ultimate tool for corporate and state assassination. Their work on the T. Veronica virus and the various parasite strains showed a sophisticated understanding of genetic manipulation that went far beyond the simple reanimation of dead tissue. Umbrella Europe was the sophisticated heart of the company's military wing, focused on the commanded soldier rather than the accidental rot. The development of the Nemesis T-type was the culmination of this European research. By infecting a high-level tyrant host with the NE-alpha parasite, the researchers created a creature that possessed unparalleled intelligence and combat recovery abilities. The parasite acted as a secondary brain, allowing the creature to use heavy weaponry and track specific targets with a singular mechanical focus. This was the first time a bioorganic weapon had demonstrated the ability to follow a long-term mission, such as the elimination of the STARS members during the Raccoon City outbreak. The European branch viewed the Nemesis as their crowning achievement, a product that could be marketed to governments as a precision strike asset. Umbrella Europe also maintained a complex shadow network of shell companies and private military contractors to move their assets across borders without detection. They were experts in the logistics of bioterrorism, ensuring that their viral samples and bioweapons were always within reach of the world's most dangerous conflict zones. This network allowed them to continue their research even as the American branch began to face increased scrutiny from federal authorities. The European scientists were the ones who truly understood that biological warfare was as much about logistics and control as it was about the virus itself. They built a system of biopower that integrated corporate interests with state needs, a model that would eventually be adopted by the BSAA and other post-umbrella organizations. The contrast between the two branches was a microcosm of Umbrella's internal instability. While Spencer's American labs were often chaotic and prone to containment failures, the European facilities were clinical and precise. However, this precision came with its own set of horrors. The parasite research required even more invasive human experimentation, as the researchers had to observe how the NE-alpha organism bonded with the host's central nervous system. They documented the slow, agonizing process as the parasite eroded the host's brain and replaced it with its own neural network. The European labs were the birthplace of a new kind of monster, one that could think, one that could hunt, and one that could never be reasoned with. By the time the Raccoon City outbreak occurred, the European Shadow Network had already successfully field-tested several of their parasite-based assets in minor conflicts around the globe. They were ready to showcase the Nemesis on the world stage, using the chaos of the T-virus leak as a cover for their ultimate field test. The legacy of Umbrella Europe was the realization that the most dangerous bioweapon was not one that destroyed the mind, but one that controlled it. This research would eventually pave the way for the last Plagas and the mold eras, as the world moved toward a future where the monsters were no longer just hungry, they were obedient. The Arklay Executive Training School, established in the 1970s, was the primary research site for James Marcus. He's one of Umbrella's original founders and the man who truly laid the groundwork for the T-virus. While Spencer was focused on the business and eugenics side of the corporation, Marcus was a dedicated virologist who became obsessed with the evolutionary potential of the Progenitor Virus. He realized that the original virus was too unstable to bond with most hosts, so he began experimenting with a more adaptable delivery system, leeches. By introducing progenitor DNA into the genetic code of common leeches, Marcus created a new variant that would eventually be refined into the T-virus. This was the E-type, virus, a pathogen that combined the mutagenic power of the African flower with the parasitic resilience of the leech. Marcus's work at the Arklay facilities was a deep dive into the darker side of biological science. He discovered that the leeches had developed a way to share and process information with each other, creating a collective intelligence that Marcus found both fascinating and terrifying. He began to refine the progenitor research using this leech, DNA, creating a strain of the virus that was significantly more compatible with human hosts than the original African mutagen. This refined virus could cause beneficial mutations in a marginal percentage of the population, even if it turned the rest into mindless predators. Marcus saw himself as a pioneer, a man who was creating a new branch of the human family tree through the power of infection. However, Marcus's obsession with his work eventually led to his downfall. He became increasingly unstable, treating his students and his colleagues like expendable lab rats for his private experiments. He spent years in his basement laboratory, surrounded by his leeches, losing touch with the reality of the world outside the Arklay Mountains. In 1988, Oswell Spencer decided that Marcus had become too powerful and too dangerous to be allowed to continue his work independently. Spencer ordered Marcus's assassination, sending his two most trusted protégés, Albert Wesker and William Birkin, to carry out the execution. Marcus was shot, and his body was dumped in a waste disposal area, where it was eventually consumed by his own leeches. What the assassins didn't know was that the virus had already begun to bond with Marcus's body. Over the next 10 years, the Queen Leech assimilated Marcus's DNA and his memories, effectively reviving a facsimile of the Doctor within its own parasitic collective. This reanimated entity sought revenge on the Umbrella Corporation and the world that had betrayed its creator. The Arklay facilities, specifically the training school, became a breeding ground for this vengeful intelligence, leading to the initial outbreaks that would eventually draw the STARS teams to the mountains in 1998. Marcus's work had outlived him, becoming a literal monster that was dedicated to Umbrella's destruction. The training school served a dual role as both a laboratory for the T-Virus project and a boarding school for gifted children headhunted by the Spencer Foundation. This ensured that the next generation of Umbrella scientists were raised in an environment where biological warfare was normalized. The children who attended the school were often used as low-level subjects for Marcus's experiments, for ensuring that the facility was a place of constant, quiet atrocity. The Arklay facilities were the foundations upon which the entire T-Virus empire was built, a place where the line between education and experimentation was permanently erased. The students who survived eventually became the researchers who would build the nest and the other global labs. By the time the Bravo team arrived in 1998, the Arklay facilities were already lost. The Queen Leech had sabotaged the containment systems, allowing the T-Virus to spread through the training school and the mansion lab. The zombies that prowled the halls were the former candidates for corporate leadership, a grim irony that symbolized the total collapse of Marcus's vision. The foundations of the T-Virus were built on the blood of the innocent and the arrogance of a man who thought he could control the very essence of life. The Arklay Era was coming to an end, and the fire that Marcus had started was about to consume the entire city. Now we move into Section 2, the Arklay Era. This begins with Resident Evil 0, and it flows straight into Resident Evil 1. In the spring of 1998, the peace of Arklay County was shattered by a series of bizarre murder cases that began to surface in the remote foothills surrounding Raccoon City. Reports of families being attacked in their homes and hikers being found partially consumed in the woods began to flood the RPD dispatch lines. These murders were characterized by an unprecedented level of savagery, with victims showing jagged bite marks and evidence of being eaten alive. The public was told that these were the work of a cult or a group of highly aggressive animals, but those on the ground knew the truth was much more unsettling. These were the Arklay Mountain murders, the first visible signs that the T virus had escaped the Spencer estate and was now actively feeding on the local population. Institutional denial was the primary response from the city's leadership. Chief Brian Irons, who was receiving massive bribes from Umbrella, pressured the RPD to downplay the threat to maintain the city's economic stability and protect the corporation's image. He ordered the murder scenes to be cleaned and the bodies to be moved to isolated wards in Raccoon General Hospital before they could be seen by the press. The authorities labeled the incidents as animal attacks, even when the evidence clearly pointed toward a human or humanoid predator. This allowed the infection to reach a critical mass within the Arklay forest, as more unsuspecting tourists and residents wandered into the territory of the infected. The murders were not random. They were concentrated around the Umbrella facilities and the river systems that served as disposal sites for viral waste. The Cerberus units that had escaped the mansion in May were the primary culprits for the early attacks, hunting in packs and terrorizing rural households. The T virus had also begun to reanimate the victims of these attacks, creating a growing population of zombies that roamed the dense woods. By July, the situation had become so dire that the mountains were officially closed to tourists. But the RPD still refused to launch a full-scale investigation. They were waiting for a green light from Umbrella, which was using the chaos to observe the environmental spread of their product. The STARS unit, Raccoon City's elite special forces team, was finally authorized to investigate the murders on July 24th. This deployment was not an act of public service, but a calculated move by Post-Wesker to gather combat data for his corporate handlers. The RPD was sending its best officers into a graveyard specifically to see how they would handle the biological anomalies. The murders had served their purpose as a distraction and a teaser for the main event. While the public lived in fear, the scientists in the Arklay labs were documenting the efficiency of their Cerberus and Hunter units in a real-world environment. The murders were the first chapter in a corporate field test that was about to turn into a global disaster. The psychological toll on the residents of Arklay County was immense. Families were afraid to leave their homes, and the local news was filled with outlandish reports of people rising from the dead to attack their neighbors. The RPD's silence only fueled the rumors, creating a sense of dread that hung over the city like a fog. The flu cases that were beginning to surge in the city hospitals were also linked to the murders, as the virus began to seep into the urban environment through the rodent population and the water supply. The Arklay Mountain murders were the smoke that indicated the fire was already burning deep within the city's foundations. By the end of July, the investigation had transformed into a survival horror scenario. The forest around the Spencer mansion was no longer a natural wilderness. It was an active combat zone filled with engineered predators and reanimated corpses. The STARS Bravo team was the first to descend into this hell, unaware that they were already being written off as expendable assets. The Arklay Mountain murders were the moment when the pharmaceutical myth of Umbrella became a visceral, bloody reality for the people of Raccoon City. The silence of the RPD was the final nail in the coffin for for the 100,000 people who were currently being hunted in their own backyard. Bravo team was officially deployed into the Arklay Mountains on the evening of July the 23rd, 1998, due with a mission to locate the source of the cannibalistic murders and investigate the disappearance of several hikers. The team, led by Captain Enrico Marini and including the rookie medic Rebecca Chambers, was flying over the dense forest when their helicopter suffered a sudden and suspicious engine failure. This was an ambiguous mechanical catastrophe that left the crew with no choice but to make an emergency landing in the dark woods, leaving the team isolated and under-equipped for the horrors they were about to encounter. The failure was the first domino to fall in a mission that would quickly transition from a police search into a biological nightmare. The initial collapse of the mission occurred almost immediately after the team hit the ground. While searching the area for signs of life, they discovered a crashed military transport vehicle and the bodies of several officers who had been torn apart. They found a document identifying a missing prisoner, Billy Cohen, a former Marine who was being transported to his execution for the murder of 23 people. Enrico ordered the team to split up and search for the fugitive, a standard tactical error that played directly into the dangers of the Arklay forest. Rebecca Chambers wandered away from the group and discovered the Ecliptic Express, an umbrella-owned train that had come to a halt in the middle of the forest. This was the start of the proto-outbreak, the first visible collapse of an umbrella facility. Rebecca entered the train and found that the passengers, all of them umbrella employees, had been transformed into zombies. The air was thick with the T virus and the presence of mutated leeches that moved with a collective intelligence. This was the work of the Queen Leech, an entity that believed it was the resurrected James Marcus. The train was a mobile laboratory that had been overrun from within, proving that even the company's internal transportation was no longer safe from its own research. Rebecca was forced into a fragile partnership with the fugitive Billy Cohen, a man who proved to be more of a survivor than a criminal. Together, they navigated the train as it was restarted by umbrella security teams and eventually derailed into an underground facility. The Bravo team was being systematically picked off in the woods while Rebecca and Billy fought for their lives. Edward Dewey was one of the first to fall, being mauled by Cerberus dogs before stumbling onto the train to warn Rebecca. The forest was an active hunting ground, and the Bravo team was the prey. Enrico Marini managed to reach the Umbrella Executive Training School, where he discovered the truth about the T virus and Umbrella's role in the murders. He found evidence of the company's early experiments and the betrayal of James Marcus, but he was silenced before he could share this information with the rest of the unit. The Bravo team's mission was a total systemic failure from the moment they left the RPD helipad. The proto-outbreak at the training school revealed the true scale of the biological disaster. Rebecca and Billy found themselves in a facility that was filled with experimental bioweapons, from giant insects to the early prototype tyrants. They saw how the T virus could rewrite an entire environment, turning a high-tech school into a house of horrors. The facility was eventually destroyed by a self-destruct sequence initiated by William Birkin, who was trying to erase the evidence of Marcus's work. Rebecca managed to escape the explosion and head toward the Spencer mansion, hoping to find the rest of her team. But she was the only one who would truly walk away from that first night. By the early morning of July 24th, the Bravo team had effectively ceased to exist as a functional unit. Most of the officers were dead, and those who survived were scattered throughout the mansion grounds, hiding in dark corners and waiting for a rescue that would never come. The STARS Alpha team was being prepped for deployment back at the RPD, unaware that they were being sent to investigate a graveyard. The stage was set for the main event, and the Arklay Mountains were about to swallow the last of the city's defenders. The suspicious failure of the Bravo helicopter had ensured that by the time help arrived, the forest would be firmly under the control of the infected. Rebecca Chambers' experience during the proto-outbreak on July 23rd was a visceral introduction to the reality of biological warfare. As the 18-year-old medic of the STARS Bravo team, she was the youngest and least experienced member of the unit. But she was forced to adapt to a world of monsters within minutes of landing in the forest. Her time on the Ecliptic Express and in the Arklay training school provided her with a unique perspective on the T virus, specifically the leech-based mutations that James Marcus had perfected. She saw firsthand how the virus could be used to create a collective intelligence, as the leeches worked together to mimic human form and ambush their prey. Rebecca was a witness to the birth of the Marcus facsimile, the entity that was seeking to destroy Umbrella from the inside out. The relationship between Rebecca and Billy Cohen was the only thing that allowed her to survive the night. Billy, a former force reconnaissance officer, provided the tactical experience and physical strength that Rebecca lacked, while she provided the scientific knowledge needed to navigate the lab's puzzles. They were a team of survivors who had been brought together by a shared disaster, and they discovered that the monsters in the facility were often the results of the same corporate greed that had convicted Billy of a crime he didn't commit. They found documents detailing Marcus's transition from a scientist to an obsessed cult leader, proving that the T virus destroyed the soul long before it destroyed the body. The proto-outbreak also revealed the fierce internal rivalry within the Umbrella Corporation. Rebecca and Billy watched through the surveillance cameras as Albert Wesker and William Birkin monitored their progress, discussing the combat data they were collecting. The training school was a field test for the viruses that would eventually destroy Raccoon City, and the Bravo team officers were the unintentional subjects. Rebecca saw how Birkin and Wesker were already planning to defect from the company, using the chaos of the Marcus outbreak to secure their own future. She realized that she was caught in a war between pharmaceutical giants and rogue scientists, and her badge offered her no protection in the shadows of the Arklay labs. The confrontation with the Queen Leech was the climax of Rebecca's night. She faced a creature that could rewrite its own biology in real time, shifting from a humanoid form to a massive insectoid beast. This was the most advanced biological organic weapon Rebecca had ever seen, a being that possessed both intelligence and absolute aggression. The battle required her to use everything she had learned about the virus's weaknesses, eventually using sunlight and high explosives to neutralize the threat. As the training school was consumed by the self-destruct sequence, Rebecca emerged as a hardened survivor, her rookie idealism replaced by a grim determination to find the rest of her team and bring the truth to light. After the destruction of the school, Rebecca made her way to the Spencer mansion, as instructed by Enrico Marini. She arrived at the estate, exhausted and alone, unaware that she was entering another, even more dangerous testing floor. Her time with Billy had prepared her for the zombies, but the mansion held horrors that even the Queen Leech couldn't match. She found refuge in the mansion's guardhouse, where she eventually regrouped with the survivors of the Alpha team. Rebecca's report on the proto-outbreak would eventually be suppressed by Chief Irons, but she remained one of the few people who knew that the T-virus had already claimed an entire facility before the first STARS officer even pulled a trigger. On July 24th, Rebecca Chambers had survived a derailed train, a mutated school, and a biological god. She was a witness to Marcus facsimile and the betrayal of the STARS unit by their own captain. She prepared to enter the mansion, her medical kit now filled with the chemicals needed to survive a biological war. Rebecca Chambers was the first hero of the Arklay Era, the girl who had seen the beginning of the end and chose to keep moving into the dark. Her story was the preamble to the Raccoon City disaster, a warning that the pharmaceutical myth was already a visible, bloody reality. The STARS Alpha team arrived at the Spencer mansion on the night of July 24th, 1998, and were immediately plunged into a survival horror nightmare that would define the Resident Evil universe. The investigation into the missing Bravo team quickly transformed into a struggle against the first reanimated human corpses the STARS officers had ever seen. As they burst into the grand main hall, they were met with an oppressive silence that was broken only by the ticking of a grandfather clock. They had been herded into a trap designed by George Trevor and Oswell Spencer, a testing floor disguised as a Victorian estate. The architecture was built to kill, using biometric locks and death traps to separate the survivors and funnel them into combat zones with Umbrella's biological assets. The first encounter with a zombie in the West Wing was a turning point for the Alpha team. They saw a fellow officer, Kenneth Sullivan, being consumed by a reanimated researcher who showed no reaction to pain or warning shots. This was the moment where the police work ended and the biological war began. The STARS officers were forced to realize that their standard tactical training was useless against an enemy that was already dead. The T-virus had turned the mansion staff into mindless predators and the mansion grounds into a vertical hunting ground. The Alpha team members, Jill Valentine, Clare Redfield, and Barry Burton, were being evaluated as organic calibration tools, specifically to see how elite humans would perform against the next generation of bioweapons. The mansion incident was characterized by a sense of deep, calculated dread. The survivors discovered the Keeper's diary and the reports on the Trevor family, realizing that the house was built on a foundation of secrets and mass graves. They faced advanced mutations like the Crimson Heads and the Hunter Alphas, which proved that the T-virus was not a stable pathogen, but an evolving weapon. The puzzles they were forced to solve were actually biometric security filters designed to test their physical and mental coordination. Every room in the Spencer estate was a laboratory disguised as a drawing room, and every shadow held a potential predator engineered for urban warfare. They were participants in a lethal beta test that had been 50 years in the making. The discovery of the tragedy of Lisa Trevor was the most harrowing secret of the night. Deep in the basement foundations, the survivors found a girl who had been experimented on for 30 years, a living incubator for the mutations that would eventually lead to the G-virus. Lisa was the embodiment of Umbrella's cruelty, a foundational subject whose suffering had fueled decades of corporate progress. Seeing her in the graveyard was a visceral shock that shifted the mission from survival to a quest for the truth. They realized that the monsters they were fighting were the results of a systemic atrocity that the RPD had helped to cover up. The mansion was a temple to this clinical insanity, and the Alpha team were the final sacrifices. The incident reached its climax in the underground laboratory, where the ultimate life form The tyrant model T002 was awakened. This creature was the pinnacle of Umbrella's 1998 research, a genetically engineered soldier that possessed unparalleled strength and aggression. The battle on the helipad was a final, explosive evaluation of the STARS officer's tactical efficiency. It took a military-grade rocket launcher to stop a corporate project of that scale, a victory that felt hollow as the mansion was consumed by the self-destruct sequence. The evidence was being vaporized by the containment failure protocol, ensuring that the corporation's pharmaceutical myth remained a secret while the witnesses were silenced. By dawn on July the 25th, the Spencer mansion had been erased from the map. The survivors returned to Raccoon City with the evidence of Umbrella's crimes, but they found a city that was biologically and politically incapable of believing them. The mansion incident was a successful beta test for the corporation, providing the data needed to market their bioweapons to the global black market. The Arklay's sunrise didn't feel like a beginning. It felt like the morning after a funeral where the body had been stolen. The nightmare had not ended. It had just moved into town, hidden behind the silence of the authorities and the institutional denial of Chief Brian Irons. The betrayal of Post-Wesker remains the most significant turning point in the early history of biological warfare. While the members of the STARS Alpha team believed they were on a rescue mission to save their colleagues, Wesker was operating under a secret directive known as the Combat Data Harvest. To the Umbrella Corporation, the elite STARS officers were not people, but high-quality organic calibration tools. Wesker's goal was to lead these highly trained humans into direct conflict with various bioorganic weapons to record how the creatures performed against tactical experts. He monitored the team through hidden surveillance cameras embedded in the Victorian architecture, documenting the efficiency of the Hunter Alpha models and the resilience of the reanimated corpses. The data Wesker collected was intended to be the ultimate sales pitch for Umbrella's global military clients. By proving that a single BOW could neutralize a specialized police officer, Umbrella could justify the billion-dollar price tags on their research. Wesker's coldness was absolute. He watched his own subordinates die in the dark corridors of the mansion, noting their heart rates and tactical errors with clinical precision. He was not just a traitor to his unit, but a man who had transcended traditional human morality in favor of corporate and personal advancement. This period marked the transition of the STARS unit from a local elite force into a group of unwitting test subjects in a laboratory that spanned an entire mountain range. Wesker's ultimate goal was not just to serve Umbrella, but to outgrow it. During the height of the mansion incident, he initiated a plan to defect to a rival organization, intending to use the harvested combat data as his entrance fee. He knew that the STARS survivors, specifically Jill Valentine and Clare Redfield, were performing far beyond expectations, which only increased the value of the data he was stealing. To ensure his own escape and transformation, he utilized a prototype virus given to him by William Birkin. This virus was designed to jumpstart his cellular regeneration upon death, allowing him to fake his own execution at the hands of the tyrant model T002. The betrayal reached its climax in the subterranean lab when Wesker revealed the truth to his remaining teammates. He stood before the tyrant's containment tank, mocking the survivors for their misplaced loyalty. When the tyrant model T002 was released, it turned on Wesker, impaling him in what appeared to be a fatal blow. This was part of Wesker's grand deception. He needed to die to shed his identity as a police captain and be reborn as a superhuman operative. The STARS members were left to fight the monster alone, unaware that their commander was already regenerating in the shadows, his eyes beginning to glow with an unnatural light. Wesker's departure from the mansion was the beginning of a new era of shadow operations. He left behind a team of traumatized survivors and a facility primed for self-destruction. By the time the mansion was consumed by fire, Wesker had already secured the digital records of the night's horrors. He had successfully turned a massive containment failure into a profitable field test. The combat data harvest was a success, proving that biological weapons could be refined through the blood of elite soldiers. This data would eventually fuel the next decade of bioterrorism, making Wesker the most dangerous man on the planet. The destruction of the Spencer mansion was not an accident, but a calculated execution of the containment failure protocol. As the STARS survivors fought their way to the helipad, the facility's internal sensors triggered a high-yield thermal demolition sequence. Umbrella's leadership decided that vaporizing the estate was more cost-effective than allowing a single piece of physical evidence to reach the public or the federal government. The explosion was massive, leveling the mansion and collapsing the subterranean labs into a tomb of melted steel and ash. In a single moment, 30 years of the Trevor family legacy and thousands of human experiments were erased from the physical world. The immediate aftermath of the explosion marked the beginning of Umbrella's first major public cover-up. While the survivors, Clare Redfield, Jill Valentine, Barry Burton, and Rebecca Chambers, returned to the city with stories of monsters and corporate conspiracies, they found a wall of institutional resistance. Chief Brian Irons, who was receiving massive bribes from Umbrella, immediately moved to suppress their reports. He utilized his authority within the RPD to designate the STARS testimony as the result of post-traumatic stress and combat fatigue. The official story provided to the media was that a series of chemical explosions in a private pharmaceutical retreat had caused a localized forest fire. Umbrella's legal and public relations teams moved with terrifying speed to sanitize the Arklay incident. They utilized their influence over local media outlets to paint the STARS members as unstable or unreliable. Documents were forged, and the site of the mansion was cordoned off by private security contractors before federal investigators could even arrive. The goal was to maintain the pharmaceutical myth that Umbrella was a benevolent company focused on global health. By controlling the narrative at the local level, they prevented the Arklay murders from becoming a national scandal, effectively burying the truth under layers of corporate bureaucracy and falsified police reports. The cover-up extended into the city's municipal government. The mayor's office and the RPD leadership were so financially entangled with Umbrella that they could not afford to let the truth come out. Any officer who supported the STARS narrative was threatened with reassignment or termination. This created a suffocating atmosphere of silence within the city, where the heroes of the mansion incident were treated like pariahs. This isolation was a deliberate tactic to prevent the survivors from organizing a more effective legal challenge against the corporation. Umbrella was proving that they could control the truth just as easily as they could manipulate the genome. For the survivors, the cover-up was a second trauma. They had watched their friends be eaten alive, only to be told by their own superiors that it never happened. This betrayal by the city they served forced Chris and Jill to begin a secret, underground investigation. They realized that the law could no longer protect them, and that Umbrella's roots in Raccoon City were far deeper than they had ever imagined. The mansion was gone, but the shadows were growing longer. The The cover-up was successful in the short term, but it created a pressure cooker environment that would eventually lead to the total collapse of the city. The destruction of the mansion served as a template for how Umbrella would handle future failures. They learned that fire was the best lawyer, and that a compliant police force was their most valuable asset. The Arklay incident was wiped from the record, but the T-virus was already in the water and the soil. The corporation believed they had won, she unaware that the survivors they had silenced were now more determined than ever to bring the entire empire down. The first cover-up was a masterpiece of corporate deception, but it was also the first crack in the foundation of the company's absolute power. This brings us into Section 3, the spread toward Raccoon City, the short but critical window where containment failed, denial took over, and the city was already dying without knowing it. While the world's attention was briefly focused on the fire in the Arklay Mountains, a silent and more pervasive threat was moving through the foundations of Raccoon City. The containment failures at the Spencer Mansion and the Arklay Training School were not isolated events. Over years of operation, the facility's waste management systems had been leaking low levels of the T-virus into the Arklay River. This viral waste was carried downstream, eventually entering the city's massive subterranean sewer system and the public water supply. The ecosystem of the region was being rewritten at a microscopic level long before the first zombie appeared on a city street. The sewers of Raccoon City became a massive petri dish for the T-virus. The pathogen found a perfect environment among the local rodent and insect populations. Rats, which acted as the primary vectors for the infection, began to mutate and spread the virus through their droppings and bites. This created a self-replicating cycle of infection that bypassed the city's traditional disease control protocols. The T-virus proved to be remarkably resilient, surviving in the damp, dark environment of the tunnels and infecting everything from the moss on the walls to the water flowing through the mains. The city was being consumed from the bottom up, with the infection reaching a critical mass in the weeks following the mansion incident. The local wildlife in the Arklay forest also played a significant role in the ecosystem infection. Mutated crows and dogs carried the virus closer to the residential districts, attacking pets and stray animals. This environmental spread meant that the virus was no longer confined to Umbrella's laboratories. It was now a permanent part of the local biology. The RPD received numerous reports of aggressive strays and strange animal behavior, but these were dismissed as unrelated to the mountain murders. The institutional failure to recognize the environmental spread of the virus meant that the city was defenseless against an enemy that was literally in the air and the water. By mid-September, the viral load in the sewers had reached a tipping point. The city's waste treatment plants were unable to filter out the mutagenic agents, and the T-virus began to appear in the drinking water of the poorer districts. This led to a surge in flu-like symptoms among the citizenry, which the local hospitals were unprepared to handle. The infection was no longer a series of isolated attacks, but a systemic biological collapse. The very infrastructure that allowed the city to function was now the primary delivery system for the plague. Umbrella's negligence had turned the city's foundations into a massive incubator for a global disaster. The ecosystem infection also led to the creation of larger, more dangerous anomalies. Creatures like the grave digger and various mutated arthropods began to grow to massive sizes within the sewer network, feeding on the organic waste and the occasional worker. These entities were the unintended byproducts of the T-virus's adaptability proving that the pathogen could create apex predators in any environment it touched. The sewers were no longer just a utility. They were a vertical hunting ground that mirrored the labs of the Spencer mansion. The city was sitting on a ticking biological bomb, and the fuse was already lit. The realization that the infection had spread through the waste system was a terrifying revelation for the Star's survivors. It meant that even if they had destroyed the mansion, the city was already lost. The T-virus had become an invasive species that was outcompeting the natural world. The ecosystem of Raccoon City was the first to fall, and the human population was next. The sewers and the river were the arteries of the infection, pumping a death sentence into every home, while the leadership of the city continued to pretend that everything was under control. In the weeks leading up to the total collapse, Raccoon City was a masterclass in institutional denial. Despite the reports from the Star's survivors and the rising number of bizarre deaths, the city's leadership maintained a facade of normalcy. This was not a mistake. It was a coordinated effort fueled by the economic dominance of the Umbrella Corporation. Umbrella provided over 40% of the city's jobs and funded almost all public works projects, including the RPD precinct and the General Hospital. The city was so financially dependent on the corporation that admitting to a biological leak was seen as a form of economic suicide. This created a culture of silence where the truth was traded for corporate stability. The RPD, under the leadership of Chief Brian Irons, played a central role in this denial. Irons was a man of deep corruption who viewed the police department as a personal tool for Umbrella's interests. He actively obstructed any investigation into the Star's reports and ensured that any evidence of the T-virus was destroyed or hidden. He utilized the department's public relations wing to dismiss the Arklay incident as a closed case, and telling the public that the danger had passed. This false sense of security prevented the citizens from taking any precautions, such as boiling their water or avoiding certain areas of the city, which accelerated the spread of the infection. The local healthcare system was also paralyzed by corporate influence. Raccoon General Hospital began to see a surge in patients with unidentifiable skin conditions and aggressive neurological symptoms, but the staff were under strict non-disclosure agreements. Umbrella provided much of the hospital's funding and specialized medical equipment, which gave them the power to control the diagnosis of these early cases. Doctors who raised concerns were silenced or reassigned. She and the official reports labeled the rising death toll as a severe viral flu. This prevented the medical community from sounding the alarm to the CDC or other federal agencies until it was far too late. The city's media outlets were equally complicit. The Raccoon Times and local news stations were heavily influenced by Umbrella's massive advertising budget. Any journalist who tried to investigate the Mountain murders or the rising hospital cases found their stories spiked or their careers threatened. This left the public in a state of ignorance, believing that the city was still the safe, thriving Midwest hub it had always been. The institutional denial was so effective that even as people began to see their neighbors acting strangely or falling ill, and they dismissed it as part of the flu season the authorities had promised would pass. This period of denial allowed the T-virus to reach a critical mass within the urban population. By ignoring the early symptoms and the environmental indicators, the leadership of Raccoon City effectively became accomplices in the city's destruction. They chose the pharmaceutical myth over the lives of their citizens. This was the true power of Umbrella. They didn't just manipulate DNA. They manipulated the very structures of society to protect their bottom line. The denial created a pressure cooker that would eventually explode in late September, leaving the city defenseless against a plague that had been allowed to fester in the dark. For the citizens of Raccoon City, the cost of this denial was their lives. They trusted their leaders to protect them, unaware that those leaders had already sold that protection to the highest bidder. The silence of the authorities was the final nail in the coffin. When the total collapse finally occurred, the people were caught completely off guard, trapped in a city that had been designed to keep them in the dark while the infection took hold. The institutional denial of Raccoon City remains a chilling reminder of how corporate power can override the basic duty of the state. In the days immediately preceding the total collapse of Raccoon City, the infection began to manifest in the most vulnerable institutions, the hospitals and the prisons. These locations became the sites of silent containment failures that the public never heard about. At Raccoon General Hospital, the flu patients began to die in large numbers, only to reanimate minutes later in the morgues and isolation wards. The hospital staff, already overwhelmed, were the first to face the horror of the T virus in an urban setting. These early outbreaks were kept quiet by umbrella security teams, who locked down entire floors and executed reanimated patients under the guise of medical quarantine. The hospital became a charnel house where the line between patient and predator disappeared. Doctors and nurses were bitten by the very people they were trying to save, creating a chain reaction of infection that quickly crippled the facility. Because the hospital was funded by Umbrella, the corporation was able to use the facility as a temporary laboratory to observe the virus's behavior in a dense human population. They documented the speed of reanimation and the effectiveness of the virus across different age groups, treating the dying citizens as a final set of data points. These silent containment failures were the real beginning of the Raccoon City outbreak, happening behind closed doors while the rest of the city went about its business. The Raccoon City police station, which also housed the city's central holding cells, saw similar failures. Prisoners who had been bitten during the unrest in the outskirts were brought into the station, where they eventually turned and attacked the guards. Chief Irons utilized these incidents to justify more extreme measures, but in reality, he was allowing the infection to compromise the RPD's internal security. The prison population was effectively discarded, left in their cells to be consumed by the reanimated. This ensured that the police force was already fighting an internal war before they were ever deployed to the streets, further weakening the city's defensive response. Other institutions, such as the city's foster homes and nursing facilities, suffered similar fates. These locations, which relied on the city's public water supply and had limited resources for a medical emergency, were decimated in a matter of days. The T virus spread through these high-density living environments with terrifying speed. Because these populations were often marginalized, their disappearances and the flu outbreaks in their facilities were easily ignored by the media and the mayor's office. These were the silent casualties of the corporate negligence that had defined the city for decades. Umbrella's private security force, the UBCS, was deployed to manage these containment failures. But their true mission was often to retrieve specific data or viral samples. They were not there to save the city. They were there to protect the corporation's assets. In many cases, the UBCS was used to silence witnesses in the hospitals and prisons, ensuring that no one could escape to tell the world about the T virus. These institutions, which were supposed to be safe havens, were transformed into death traps where the infected were allowed to multiply until the city's foundations were literally buckling under the weight of the dead. By September 24th, the institutional containment had failed completely. The hospitals were overrun, the prisons were silent tombs, and the RPD was in a state of internal collapse. The silent failures were about to become very loud. The T-virus had successfully infiltrated the city's most critical structures, and the total collapse was now inevitable. The citizens of Raccoon City were about to find out that the safe havens they relied on had become the epicenters of their own destruction. The silence was over, and the screaming was about to begin. All right, this brings us into Section 4, the Raccoon City collapse, where containment finally fails, and Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil 3 happen at the same time. The day began with reports of civil unrest and unprecedented riots in the city's commercial districts. In reality, these were the first massive waves of zombies emerging from the sewers and the hospitals, attacking commuters and pedestrians in broad daylight. The RPD was caught completely off guard, their traditional riot control tactics proving useless against an enemy that did not respond to tear gas or rubber bullets. The city was quickly plunged into a state of absolute terror as the scale of the disaster became impossible to ignore. The chaos on the first day was exacerbated by a total failure of the city's communications and transportation infrastructure. As people tried to flee, the streets became clogged with abandoned vehicles and accidents, creating massive gridlocks that trapped thousands of citizens in the path of the infected. The RPD's dispatch lines were overwhelmed with millions of calls that could never be answered. Chief Irons, rather than organizing an evacuation, ordered his officers to hold their positions in small, isolated groups, which ensured they were systematically overwhelmed by the growing horde. The first day was a masterclass in how a lack of leadership can turn a medical emergency into a total massacre. Umbrella's role on the first day was one of active sabotage and opportunistic data collection. They utilized their private security forces to secure key assets, which often meant blocking off escape routes and preventing the military from entering the city until they had retrieved their research data. The corporation viewed the first day of the outbreak as a live environment field test for the T-virus. They monitored the spread of the infection through the city's CCTV network, documenting the breakdown of social order as a metric of the virus's psychological impact. To Umbrella, the city was no longer a home for their employees. It was a burning laboratory. The physical landscape of the city changed in a matter of hours. Fires, sparked by gas leaks and accidents, burned unchecked across the skyline as the fire department was unable to move through the congested streets. The sound of gunfire and sirens blended into a single wall of noise that defined the Raccoon City atmosphere. Citizens who had spent the morning complaining about the flu were now fighting for their lives in their own living rooms. The thin veil of civilization was not just shredded, it was vaporized. The first day proved that the T-virus was not just a pathogen, but a weapon of total social destabilization. By nightfall, the city was effectively dead. The power grid began to fail, plunging entire blocks into a darkness that was broken only by the orange glow of the fires. The RPD had lost control of the street level, retreating to the precinct and a few fortified positions. The military blockade on the outskirts was already in place, but it was designed to keep the infection in, not to help the people out. The citizens were trapped in a dark, burning cage with millions of predators. The first day ended with the realization that Raccoon City would never be recovered. It could only be survived. For the few who would become the legends of the outbreak, the first day was a brutal introduction to their new reality. They saw their neighbors turn and their city burn, and they realized that no one was coming to save them. The T virus had reached its critical mass, and the total collapse was now a physical fact. The first day was the beginning of a week-long nightmare that would eventually change the history of the world. Raccoon City was no longer a city. It was a graveyard that was still moving. As the city burned, Jill Valentine, one of the few survivors of the Spencer Mansion incident, found herself targeted by a new and more terrifying threat, the Nemesis T-type, deployed by Umbrella Europe. The Nemesis was a high-level bioorganic weapon designed specifically to hunt down and eliminate the remaining members of the STARS unit. Unlike the mindless zombies that roamed the streets, the Nemesis possessed a tactical intelligence and a singular focus that made it an unstoppable predator. For Jill, the outbreak was not just a struggle for survival. It was a personal war against a corporate assassin that was biologically engineered to kill her. The pursuit of Jill by the Nemesis demonstrated Umbrella's absolute control over their biological assets. The creature utilized heavy weaponry, including a rocket launcher, and showed the ability to track Jill across the city through her heat signature and biometric data. This was the first time a BOW had been used as a precision tool for a corporate cleanup operation. The Nemesis was not an accidental byproduct of the leak. It was a product demonstration. Umbrella wanted to show that they could deploy a biological asset into a chaotic urban environment and have it successfully complete a complex mission. Jill's struggle became a high-stakes game of cat and mouse through the ruins of the city. Jill's experience during this early timeline was characterized by a constant state of hypervigilance. She had to navigate the city's burning streets while avoiding the massive horde of infected, all while knowing that the Nemesis could smash through a wall at any second. This psychological pressure was a key component of the Nemesis project. The creature was designed to induce terror as much as it was designed to kill. Jill's tactical skills were pushed to their absolute limit as she utilized the city's environment. Explosive barrels, electrical boxes, and narrow alleyways to temporarily slow the beast down. Every encounter was a desperate fight for a few more minutes of life. During her flight, Jill encountered the UBCS, Umbrella's private military force, who were ostensibly there to rescue civilians, but were actually part of the corporate cover-up. She formed a fragile alliance with Carlos Oliveira, a mercenary who realized that his employers had abandoned him in the middle of a war zone. This partnership highlighted the fractured nature of Umbrella's operations. The mercenaries were as much pawns as the citizens. Together, they navigated the burning commercial district, trying to find a way to reach the subway system and escape the city before the inevitable sterilization order was given. The Nemesis T-type also showcased the terrifying regenerative abilities of the NE alpha parasite. Every time Jill managed to damage the creature, it would mutate further, shedding its protective suit and becoming even more aggressive. This constant evolution meant that the threat was never truly gone. It was only changing its shape. The Nemesis was a symbol of the future of biological warfare, a weapon that could not be stopped by conventional means and that would continue to hunt until its mission was accomplished. Jill's survival was a miracle of tactical skill and pure willpower against a multi-million-dollar corporate project. By late September, Jill had been pushed to the edge of the city's commercial district. The Nemesis always just a few steps behind. The city was a vertical hunting ground, and Jill was the primary target. Her story during the outbreak is a testament to the resilience of the STARS members and the sheer cruelty of the Umbrella Corporation. She was a witness to the ultimate evolution of the T-virus, a creature that had been built on the blood of her friends and was now coming for her. The Nemesis was the final verdict on the Spencer Mansion incident. Umbrella was leaving no loose ends. On the night of September 29th, Leon Kennedy, a 21-year-old rookie cop, arrived in Raccoon City for his first day on the job. He found a city that had already undergone a total systemic collapse, its streets filled with the dead and its buildings engulfed in flames. Leon's first night was a brutal introduction to a world he was completely unprepared for. Within minutes of arriving, he was forced to fight for his life against a horde of infected, a baptism by fire that would transform him from an idealistic rookie into a hardened survivor. His night was defined by a desperate search for answers in a city that had already stopped asking questions. Leon's night took a significant turn when he encountered Ada Wong, a mysterious woman who claimed to be an FBI agent investigating the Umbrella Corporation. In reality, Ada was a high-level mercenary working for a rival organization, sent to retrieve a sample of the G-virus. Their partnership was a fragile one, built on mutual necessity in a city where no one could be trusted. Leon's desire to protect and serve was constantly at odds with the cold, pragmatic reality of Ada's mission. Together, they navigated the RPD precinct and the city's sewers, discovering that the outbreak was not an accident, but the result of a coordinated corporate betrayal. The RPD precinct, where Leon expected to find his colleagues and a base of operations, was instead a silent tomb. He discovered that Chief Irons had sabotaged the department's response, leading to the slaughter of almost every officer on the force. Leon had to solve the mansion-style puzzles that Irons had installed to protect his office, a visceral reminder that the rot in Raccoon City went all the way to the top of the law enforcement hierarchy. Every room he entered revealed a new horror. Lickers crawling on the ceilings, zombies wearing the uniforms of his would-be partners, and the persistent, heavy footsteps of the tyrant model T003, also known as Mr. X. The pursuit of Leon by Mr. X was another example of Umbrella's cleanup protocols. Like the Nemesis, the tyrant was deployed to eliminate any remaining witnesses and to retrieve a G-virus sample from the body of Sherry Birkin. Leon's night was a constant struggle against a creature that could not be reasoned with or stopped by small arms fire. He had to rely on his wits and the environment to survive, a tactical education that was being delivered in the most violent way possible. His first night on the job was a descent into the dark heart of a corporate conspiracy that spanned decades. As Leon moved into the city's subterranean facilities, he saw the true scale of the Nest Lab and the industrial nature of Umbrella's bioweapons program. He was no longer just a cop. He was a witness to a crime against humanity. The partnership with Ada reached its climax in the heart of the lab, where her true motives were finally revealed. Despite her betrayal, Leon's survival instinct remained focused on finding a way to escape the city before the sterilization order was executed. He had been a cop for less than 12 hours, but he had already seen more death and corruption than most officers see in a lifetime. By the early morning of September 30th, Leon had managed to reach the emergency escape train, bringing with him the survivors Sherry Birkin and Clare Redfield. He was leaving behind a city that was about to be erased from the map. His first night was the end of his career as a local police officer and the beginning of his life as a global operative. He had arrived a rookie, but he was leaving as a man who knew the names of the monsters that owned the world. Leon's first night was the preamble to a decade of anti-bioterrorism work, a night that would haunt his dreams and drive his every action for the rest of his life. While Leon Kennedy was navigating the RPD, Clare Redfield arrived in Raccoon City searching for her missing brother, Chris. As a civilian, Claire's perspective on the outbreak was one of raw survival and protective instinct. She found herself in the middle of a war zone with no tactical support and no official standing. Her story is a testament to the resilience of the civilian population and the sheer scale of the tragedy that was unfolding. Unlike the STARS members or the police, Claire had no duty to stay in the city. Her only motivation was family. This led her into the path of Sherry Birkin, the young daughter of William and Annette Birkin, who was being hunted by both Umbrella and her own father's mutated form. Claire's role as a protector for Sherry shifted her focus from personal escape to a mission of rescue. She realized that Sherry was the key to understanding the G virus, as the child was being targeted for her genetic material. Claire's survival depended on her ability to scavenge for resources, ammunition, medical supplies, and weapons in a city that had been picked clean by the dead. She utilized her motorcycle experience and her natural mechanical aptitude to solve the various environmental puzzles of the RPD and the sewers. For Claire, the outbreak was a high-stakes test of character, she proving that bravery was not exclusive to those with a badge. The encounter with Chief Irons was a chilling moment for Claire. She saw firsthand the depravity of the city's leadership, as Irons had transformed his office into a private hunting lodge where he intended to taxidermy the mayor's daughter. This realization that the authority in the city was as dangerous as the monsters was a turning point for Claire. She understood that there was no system left to appeal to. She had to be the judge, jury, and protector for Sherry. Her struggle against the mutated William Birkin, who was relentlessly pursuing his daughter to implant her with a G embryo, was a visceral battle against a distorted family legacy. Claire's journey took her through the city's abandoned orphanage and the flooded industrial tunnels, highlighting the collateral damage of Umbrella's research. She saw where the company had stored its test subjects and how they had used the city's most vulnerable populations as fuel for their bioweapons. This exposure to the corporation's cruelty transformed Claire from a college student looking for her brother into a dedicated anti-Umbrella activist. She realized that Chris hadn't just disappeared. He had gone to war against an empire, and she was now part of that same conflict. Her survival was a defiance of the fate Umbrella had planned for everyone in the city. The partnership between Claire and Leon was a brief but vital moment of human connection in the middle of the apocalypse. They shared a goal of saving Sherry and escaping the blast zone, but their paths were fundamentally different. While Leon was being drawn into the world of government secrets, Claire was focused on the human cost. She saw the faces of the people who had been left behind, and she vowed to make Umbrella pay for every one of them. Her survival was not just for herself, but for the legacy of the city that was being vaporized. By the early morning of September 30th, Claire had successfully protected Sherry and reached the emergency train. She had faced the G virus in its most evolved form and had come out on top. She was leaving Raccoon City with a new purpose and a new family. Her story is a reminder that in the face of absolute corporate evil, the simplest act of protection can be the most powerful form of resistance. Clare Redfield had arrived a civilian, but she was leaving as a survivor who would never stop fighting for the truth. The collapse of the Raccoon City Police Department was not a failure of the individual officers, but a systemic destruction orchestrated from within. Chief Brian Irons, a man of profound moral rot, deliberately sabotaged the department's response to the outbreak to ensure that Umbrella's secrets remained hidden and to indulge in his own sadistic impulses. He ordered the dispersal of the department's ammunition and medical supplies, locked down key areas of the precinct, and actively blocked communications with the outside world. This left the officers in the field with limited resources and no tactical direction, ensuring that they were systematically overwhelmed by the growing horde of infected. The RPD, which was supposed to be the city's shield, was instead turned into a slaughterhouse. The failure was also a result of the department's deep financial ties to Umbrella. The precinct had been built with corporate funding and was filled with the same puzzle box architecture found in the Spencer mansion. This was a deliberate design to make the building difficult to navigate for those without specialized knowledge, turning the RPD headquarters into a trap during the outbreak. Officers were forced to find gemstones and medallions just to access the armory or the communications room, a surreal and lethal delay while zombies were smashing through the windows. The RPD was a vertical hunting ground designed by George Trevor at Umbrella's request, and the police were the primary prey. Individual acts of heroism by officers like Marvin Branner and Kevin Ryman were unable to overcome the institutional collapse. Small groups of police made desperate stands in the streets and the main hall of the precinct, but they were eventually picked off by the lickers and the sheer weight of the infected population. By the time Leon Kennedy arrived, the department had effectively ceased to exist as a functional organization. The police failure was a successful corporate objective. Umbrella wanted the city's law enforcement neutralized so that their clean-up crews could move through the city without interference. The RPD was the first major institution to fall, and its collapse signaled the end of any hope for a coordinated civilian rescue. The psychological toll on the surviving officers was immense. They watched as their friends and partners were turned into monsters and realized that their own leadership had betrayed them. Many chose to take their own lives rather than face the transition into the infected. The RPD precinct became a monument to this despair, its hallways filled with the abandoned gear and final notes of a dying force. This total breakdown of the social order was exactly what Umbrella's combat data protocols were designed to measure. They wanted to see how a modern city's defensive structures would dissolve under the pressure of a biological attack. Chief Irons' final acts within the station involved the active hunting of his own officers and survivors. He used the chaos as a cover to eliminate anyone he deemed a threat or anyone who caught his sadistic interest. His office became a private sanctuary of madness, filled with taxidermied victims and evidence of his decades of corruption. The RPD collapse was the ultimate proof that the corporation's influence was a more lethal pathogen than the T virus itself. It had infected the city's authority and left the people defenseless against a plague that their own protectors had been paid to ignore. By the night of September 29th, the RPD was a silent tomb of flickering lights and moaning corpses. The failure was complete. The city's law enforcement had been vaporized by a combination of corporate greed and internal rot. The collapse of the RPD remains a chilling case study in how the subversion of public institutions can lead to a total social catastrophe. The survivors were left to navigate the ruins of a system that had failed them at every level, a realization that would shape the anti-bioterrorism movements of the next 20 years. Deep beneath the streets of Raccoon City, hidden under the industrial foundations of the city's central district, lay Nest. This massive subterranean research complex was the true birthplace of the modern biological nightmare. While the Spencer Mansion was a laboratory disguised as a home, Nest was a cold, high-tech industrial factory for death. It was here that William Birkin spent the 1980s and 90s perfecting the T virus before moving on to his masterwork, the G virus. Nest was a sprawling lattice of steel and glass, containing advanced bioprocessing units, incinerators for failed test subjects, and specialized containment cells for the most volatile creatures Umbrella had ever produced. It was a sterile, temperature-controlled world that existed in total contrast to the burning chaos on the surface. A place where scientists in white coats calculated the extinction of the city above their heads. The facility's primary focus in its final days was the completion of the G virus. Unlike the T virus, which created mindless, rotting corpses, the G virus was designed to create a self-evolving, intelligent superorganism. William Birkin viewed this not as a weapon, but as a gateway to the next stage of human evolution. However, the corporate culture of Umbrella was built on betrayal. When Birkin attempted to keep the G virus for himself to negotiate with the United States government, Umbrella sent its elite security team, the USS, to retrieve the samples by force. The ensuing firefight in the heart of Nest led to the accidental release of both the T and G viruses into the facility's waste system. This was the definitive flashpoint that doomed Raccoon City, as the pathogens leaked into the sewers and were carried by rats into the urban population. The last experiments at Nest were characterized by a frantic attempt to preserve data as the facility began to collapse. Scientists recorded the final stages of the G virus's evolution within Birkin's own body after he injected himself to survive the USS raid. These recordings provided the grand finale of combat data that Umbrella had been seeking for decades. They watched as Birkin's cells rewrote themselves at a terrifying speed, growing multiple eyes and massive claws, proving that the G virus was a biological anomaly that could bypass all known genetic limitations. The facility's automated systems continued to log these changes, even as the staff was being slaughtered by the very creature they had helped create. Nest was no longer a lab. It was an incubator for a god of biological destruction. As the Raccoon City outbreak reached its peak, Nest also served as a storage hub for several tyrant models, including the mass-produced T003 units. These creatures were stored in cryogenic stasis, ready to be deployed into the city to eliminate witnesses and retrieve viral samples. The facility was a logistical center for the corporate cleanup, housing the equipment needed to manage a citywide biological crisis. However, the corruption of the G virus within the facility's cooling systems caused a total systemic breakdown. The sterile hallways became choked with mutated flesh and industrial runoff, as the facility's clean image was permanently tarnished by the raw, pulsating reality of the virus. The final hours of Nest were a countdown to absolute erasure. When the survivors, Leon Kennedy and Clare Redfield, breached the facility, they found a graveyard of technology. The automated security systems were firing at shadows, and the self-destruct sequence was the only thing left functioning correctly. Umbrella's protocol for a total containment failure was simple: vaporize the evidence. The facility was designed to be its own coffin, with high-yield thermal charges placed to ensure that no G-virus sample or laboratory log survived the night. This was the last experiment, seeing if a corporation could successfully delete its greatest crime before the world found out. By the early morning of September 30th, Nest was a pile of radioactive slag beneath the city. The explosion that destroyed the lab signaled the end of Umbrella's research in Raccoon City, but it was too late to save the people on the surface. The facility had fulfilled its dark purpose, birthing a legacy of viral terror that would eventually spread to every corner of the globe. Nest was the heart of the corporate machine, and while its fires were extinguished, the blueprints it produced were already in the hands of spies like Ada Wong and traitors like Albert Wesker. The era of the laboratory was ending, and the era of global bioterrorism was about to begin. Part 22: Government Intervention and the Sterilization Order. By the final days of September 1998, the United States government realized that Raccoon City was no longer a manageable crisis. The biological leak had transitioned from a localized outbreak into a systemic threat to national security. While the military had established a blockade on the outskirts of the city, they were largely ineffective at stopping the spread of the T-virus through the local wildlife and river systems. Behind closed doors, federal officials and military commanders were locked in a fierce debate with Umbrella's lobbyists. The corporation wanted more time to retrieve its assets, while the government was terrified of the infection reaching neighboring states. This tension led to a period of paralyzed intervention, where thousands of civilians were left to die, while the bureaucrats argued over the legal and political fallout. The turning point came when it was revealed that Umbrella's influence had completely compromised the local municipal government and police force. The failure of the RPD and the madness of Chief Irons proved that the city could not be recovered through traditional law enforcement or military occupation. The T-virus had created a hot zone that was biologically and politically radioactive. At the same time, the presence of the G-virus at the Nest facility represented a technological leap that the government could not allow to fall into the hands of rogue states or rival corporations. This combination of viral lethality and corporate conspiracy led to the drafting of the Mission Code XX, the Sterilization Order. The Sterilization Order was a cold, clinical solution to an impossible problem. The plan involved a high-altitude thermobaric missile strike designed to vaporize the city center and create a thermal vacuum that would pull the airborne viral particles into the blast, effectively incinerating them. To the public, this was presented as a containment necessity, but to the people in the room, it was a massive cover-up. By destroying Raccoon City, the government was also destroying the physical evidence of its own complicity in Umbrella's military contracts. They were choosing to sacrifice 100,000 citizens to ensure that the pharmaceutical myth died with the witnesses. It was a decision made with a stopwatch and a calculator, devoid of any moral consideration for the survivors. As the missile was prepared for launch, the government sent in specialized units to secure priority individuals and data before the city was leveled. This included the deployment of the military's own Spec Ops teams, who often found themselves in direct conflict with Umbrella's UBCS mercenaries. The city became a three-way war zone between the infected corporate cleanup crews and government assassins. The intervention was not a rescue mission. It was a race to secure the spoils of a dying city. Leon Kennedy and Jill Valentine were caught in the middle of this geopolitical crossfire. realizing that the people in Washington were just as dangerous as the monsters in the labs. The sterilization order was officially signed in the early hours of October 1st. The military blockade was ordered to pull back to a safe distance, leaving any remaining survivors to their fate. There was no final warning given to the people in the streets. There was only the sound of the missile's engines as it descended through the clouds. The government had decided that Raccoon City was a total loss, a statistical anomaly that needed to be erased to protect the rest of the nation. This act of domestic military force was unprecedented, a brutal acknowledgement that the era of biological warfare had permanently altered the limits of state power. The aftermath of the order would haunt the federal government for years. While the fire successfully erased the city, it could not erase the truth. The sterilization order became the centerpiece of a global scandal, leading to the formation of anti-bioterrorism units and a total shift in how the world viewed corporate regulation. The government had successfully burned the evidence, but they had also burned their own moral authority. Raccoon City was gone, but the fire had lit a path for survivors like Clare Redfield and Leon Kennedy to wage a lifelong war against the people who had signed the order. On the morning of October 1st, 1998, Raccoon City was officially erased from the map. At approximately dawn, a single thermobaric missile struck the city center, detonating with a force that sent a shockwave through the entire Arklay region. The blast created a wall of fire that moved at supersonic speeds, vaporizing the commercial district, the residential suburbs, and the industrial parks in a matter of seconds. 100,000 lives, mothers, fathers, children, and the reanimated corpses of the same, were reduced to ash in a heartbeat. The city that was once the pride of the Midwest was replaced by a towering pillar of white-hot smoke that could be seen from 3 neighboring states. The destruction was absolute, a nuclear-scale sterilization of a modern American city. The physical impact of the strike was designed to be as thorough as possible. The heat was intense enough to melt the steel foundations of the RPD precinct and collapse the subterranean tunnels of Nest. The explosion created a pressurized vacuum that pulled the T-virus-laden air into the center of the fireball, ensuring that no airborne pathogens could survive the heat. To a casual observer, it looked like a natural disaster or a massive industrial accident. But to those who knew the truth, it was a corporate and government execution. Every home, every school, and every hospital was turned into a scorched footprint in the valley. Raccoon City was no longer a place. It was a scar on the face of the earth. The emotional and psychological toll of the destruction was felt most by the few who escaped. From the windows of helicopters and trains on the outskirts, Leon, Claire, Jill, and Carlos watched their world disappear. They saw the mushroom cloud-like pillar rise into the clear morning sky, knowing that everyone they had tried to save was gone. The destruction was the final verdict on the Arklay experiment. Umbrella had seen its product reach its logical conclusion, and then they had seen the government use fire to hide the bill. The survivors were now ghosts, people without a home, carrying the heavy burden of a truth that the world was not yet ready to believe. The erasure of the city also served as a massive purge of Umbrella's localized liabilities. The RPD payroll records, the hospital infection logs, and the evidence of Chief Iron's corruption were all vaporized. The corporation's legal team had ensured that by the time the smoke cleared, there would be no physical way to prove that the T-virus was a man-made weapon. This was the perfect crime on a municipal scale. Umbrella had successfully transitioned from a pharmaceutical giant into a shadow empire, using the destruction of their own headquarters to fake their own accountability. The world mourned the accident, while the company moved its research to black sites in Europe and the Atlantic. The destruction of Raccoon City remains the definitive event of the 1990s. It changed the trajectory of global politics, leading to the Raccoon City trials and the eventual bankruptcy of the original Umbrella Corporation. It proved that in the age of biological warfare, an entire population could be treated as collateral damage in a corporate ledger. The silence that followed the blast was the most haunting part of the night. The screams, the sirens, and the moaning of the dead were all replaced by the quiet crackle of cooling ruins. The city was dead, but the virus it had birthed was already in the blood of the survivors, and the world was about to find out that fire cannot kill a secret. As the sun rose over the smoking crater, the era of the zombie transitioned into the era of the global threat. The destruction was not the end of the story. It was the preamble to a decades-long war. The memory of Raccoon City would become a rallying cry for activists and a warning for every city in the world. Umbrella had burned the evidence, but they had also created their own greatest enemies. The survivors walked away from the blast zone with a singular purpose: to make the people who signed the sterilization order and the people who made the virus pay for every life lost in the fire. Alright, this brings us into Section 5, the Post-Raccoon World Response, covering what happened after Raccoon City and how the world began to change. In the wake of the Raccoon City destruction, the world was plunged into a state of shock and disbelief. The official narrative of a localized industrial accident began to crumble almost immediately, as survivors like Jill Valentine and Clare Redfield leaked evidence to the international press. The public umbrella scandal became the largest corporate investigation in human history. For the first time, the general public was forced to confront the reality that a trusted pharmaceutical giant was actually a manufacturer of illegal biological weapons. Photos of the Raccoon City zombies and leaked documents from the STARS members flooded the early internet, creating a global wave of anti-corporate sentiment that Umbrella's PR teams could not contain. The fallout was political as much as it was social. The United States government was forced to testify before the United Nations, she defending the sterilization order as a necessary evil, while simultaneously trying to distance itself from Umbrella's military contracts. International stock markets plummeted as Umbrella's shares became toxic, leading to a massive economic ripple effect across the Midwest. Countries around the world began to raid local Umbrella offices, discovering a global network of black sites and unethical research facilities. The pharmaceutical myth was dead. Umbrella was now a pariah, a company whose logo was synonymous with mass murder and biological terror. The scandal also gave birth to a new wave of activism and anti-bioterrorism awareness. Groups like Tricell were formed to help the victims of biological disasters and to lobby for stricter regulations on genetic engineering. The public demand for accountability led to the Raccoon City trials, where former Umbrella employees were forced to testify about the horrors of the Spencer mansion and the Nest facility. This was the first time the world saw the clinical insanity of the Combat Data Protocol and the Wesker Children Project. The scandal proved that the corruption in Raccoon City was not an isolated incident, but a core component of the company's business model. Umbrella attempted to fight back through a series of elaborate legal maneuvers and shadow campaigns. They utilized their remaining wealth to buy off witnesses and to flood the media with counter-narratives. But the sheer scale of the Raccoon City tragedy was too much to suppress. Every time a new survivor came forward with a story of a lost family or a mutated predator, the public's fury grew. The corporation was fighting a war on two fronts: a legal battle in the courts and a PR battle in the streets. For the first time in its history, the umbrella of protection that Oswell Spencer had built was beginning to shred under the weight of the truth. The global fallout also had a terrifying side effect. It made bioweapons a household name. While the public was horrified, rogue states and terrorist organizations were taking notes. They saw the lethality of the T virus and the effectiveness of the tyrant models, and they realized that biological warfare was the ultimate equalizer against traditional military power. The scandal inadvertently created a massive demand for Umbrella's products on the black market, leading to the Proliferation Era, where viral samples were stolen from falling labs and sold to the highest bidder. The world was now a much more dangerous place, as the secrets of the Arklay Mountains were no longer contained. By 1999, the Umbrella Corporation was a shell of its former self, its assets frozen and its reputation in ruins. The scandal had pulled back the curtain on the foundations of the nightmare, but it also revealed a power vacuum that was about to be filled by even more dangerous players. The public was focused on the death of a company, unaware that the viruses they had created were already mutating in the shadows. The global fallout was only the beginning of the bioterror age, a period where the lessons of Raccoon City would be ignored by those who saw profit in the plague. Part 25. The collapse of Umbrella as a corporation. The collapse of the Umbrella Corporation was not a single event, but a slow, agonizing descent into bankruptcy and criminal conviction that culminated in the year 2003. Following the Raccoon City trials, the company was hit with a mountain of litigation that drained its massive cash reserves. However, the final blow was delivered not in a courtroom, but in the snowy mountains of Russia at the Caucasus facility. This was Umbrella's last great stronghold, housing the TALOS project, the ultimate fusion of a tyrant and a high-tech armored combat suit. When a joint task force led by Clare Redfield and Jill Valentine raided the facility and destroyed the project, they secured the Umbrella archives, a comprehensive digital record of every illegal experiment the company had ever conducted. The seizure of the archives was the definitive end for the corporation. With this data in the hands of the authorities, Umbrella's legal defenses collapsed completely. The company was found guilty of multiple counts of crimes against humanity and biological warfare, leading to a total asset liquidation and the dissolution of the corporate entity. Oswell Spencer went into hiding, becoming a fugitive from the very world he had tried to rule as a god. The Umbrella logo, once a symbol of prestige and health, was officially banned in many countries. The company that had dominated the 20th century was officially dead, its infrastructure sold off to settle the trillions of dollars in damages owed to the victims of Raccoon City. The collapse of Umbrella created a massive power vacuum in the pharmaceutical and military sectors. Thousands of scientists, many of whom were deeply indoctrinated in Umbrella's evolutionary ethics, were suddenly unemployed. These individuals became freelance viral architects, selling their expertise to rival corporations like Tricell and various global terrorist networks. The collapse did not end the threat of bioweapons. It decentralized it. Umbrella's fall turned a single, manageable enemy into 1,000 smaller, more elusive ones. The infrastructure and research that Spencer had built didn't disappear. It simply went underground, fueling a new era of shadow wars and private biological research. One of the most significant consequences of the collapse was the scramble for the samples. As Umbrella's labs were raided or abandoned, viral strains like the T virus, G virus, and the T Veronica virus were stolen by opportunistic employees and spies. This led to a global proliferation of biological hazards that the world was completely unprepared for. The complete timeline of the Resident Evil universe shows that the death of Umbrella was the catalyst for the bioterrorism age. The corporation's fall was a victory for justice, but it was a disaster for global safety. The bioterror age was born from the wreckage of the Umbrella Empire, as its secrets became the currency of a new, darker market. The fall of Umbrella also led to the forced recruitment of its survivors by various governments. People like Leon Kennedy were seen as invaluable assets due to their first-hand experience with BOWs. The government utilized these individuals to build a new defensive infrastructure, but in doing so, they also continued the cycle of using biological threats for political gain. The heroes of Raccoon City found themselves working for organizations that were just as compromised as the one they had helped destroy. The collapse of the corporation proved that you can kill a company, but you cannot kill the ideology of forced evolution once it has taken root. By 2004, the Umbrella name was a memory, but its legacy was everywhere. The collapse had proven that even the most powerful corporate entity could be brought down by the truth. But it also showed that the world was now permanently infected by the Umbrella Way. The company had successfully changed the genome of the planet before it died. The story of the corporation ended in a Russian lab, but the story of the T virus was just entering its most unpredictable phase. Umbrella was gone, but the umbrella of protection it had once offered the world was replaced by a constant, cold rain of biological terror. Part 26. Survivors, Silencing, and Forced Recruitment. Following the destruction of Raccoon City, the few individuals who managed to escape the blast zone found themselves in a new kind of prison. The United States government, desperate to contain the political fallout of the sterilization order, moved to manage the survivors. People like Leon Kennedy, Clare Redfield, she and Jill Valentine were not treated as heroes, but as liabilities with tactical value. The government's primary goal was to prevent these witnesses from testifying in a way that would implicate federal agencies in Umbrella's military research. This led to a period of survivors and silencing, where the heroes of Raccoon City were threatened with NDAs, surveillance, and in the case of Leon Kennedy, forced recruitment into the federal service. Leon Kennedy's transition into a government asset is a chilling example of this systemic manipulation. Because of his first-hand experience with the G virus and his survival against the tyrants, the government viewed him as a one-of-a-kind biological combat expert. They used his desire to protect Sherry Birkin as leverage, essentially telling him that Sherry's safety depended on his cooperation. Leon was forced to undergo intense psychological conditioning and specialized training, becoming a high-level agent for the DSO and other shadow agencies. He was no longer a cop. He was a contained asset, a man whose silence was purchased with the safety of a child. This forced recruitment turned a survivor into a tool for the very government that had vaporized his city. Other survivors faced different methods of silencing. Jill Valentine and Chris Redfield were initially pushed out of the RPD and monitored by Umbrella-aligned elements within the city's remaining infrastructure. They were labeled as unstable and traumatized. an institutional tactic designed to discredit their testimony before it could reach the federal courts. This forced them to move underground, leading to the formation of private anti-bioterrorism groups that operated outside the law. The government's attempt to silence the STARS members only served to radicalize them, turning them into a global resistance force that would eventually lead to the creation of the BSAA. The silencing failed, but it created a lifelong animosity between the survivors and the state. The civilian survivors, like the residents who managed to flee the outskirts, were often subjected to re-education and relocation programs. The government wanted to ensure that the story of the zombie outbreak remained a fringe theory, dismissed by the mainstream media as a mass hallucination or a localized panic. Any evidence they carried, photos, samples, or recordings, was seized under the guise of national security. This period of history is a dark testament to the power of the state to rewrite the experiences of its own citizens. The survivors were told that their memories were incorrect, and their trauma was minimized to protect the national image. This era of forced recruitment and silencing was the foundation of the post-Raccoon world. It proved that the government was just as invested in the bioweapon status quo as Umbrella had been. They didn't want to end biological warfare. They wanted to control it. By recruiting Leon and monitoring Chris, they were building their own bio-tactical infrastructure. The survivors became the architects of a new kind of defense, but they were doing so within a system that was fundamentally compromised. This moral ambiguity would define the careers of the STARS members for the next 20 years, as they struggled to stay human in a world that viewed them as biological property. By the early 2000s, the Raccoon City survivors were a legendary but fractured group. Some were working for the government, some were fighting from the shadows, and some were simply trying to disappear. But they all shared a common bond. They had seen the truth, and they had been punished for it. The forced recruitment of Leon Kennedy was the ultimate victory for the state, turning a man who had seen the worst of corporate corruption into a silent protector of the very system that allowed it to thrive. The silencing of Raccoon City was a success in the short term, but it only ensured that the next outbreak would be even more devastating, as the warnings of the survivors were ignored. Part 27. Bioweapons enter the global black market. With the official bankruptcy and dissolution of the Umbrella Corporation in 2003, the world entered a terrifying new phase of proliferation, the global black market for bioweapons. Umbrella's fall did not result in the destruction of its research. Instead, it scattered it across the globe. Disgruntled employees, corporate spies, and opportunistic scavengers raided the company's abandoned labs, stealing viral samples, research data, and even cryogenic storage units containing dormant BOWs. These assets were sold to the highest bidder, ranging from rogue states in Eastern Europe to drug cartels in South America. The pharmaceutical myth was replaced by a biological arms race, where the T virus and its variants became the ultimate currency of the underworld. The black market for bioweapons changed the nature of global conflict. Terrorist organizations no longer needed massive armies or nuclear missiles to destabilize a region. They only needed a single vial of the T virus and a way to introduce it into a local water supply. This led to a series of silent outbreaks around the world, where small villages or industrial centers were decimated by mysterious plagues. These incidents were often used by rogue leaders to consolidate power or to eliminate political rivals under the guise of a medical emergency. The bioterror age was characterized by this normalization of the abnormal, as biological attacks became a standard, if horrific, part of modern warfare. Albert Wesker played a key role in the expansion of this black market. Operating from the shadows, he acted as a viral broker, moving samples and data between rival organizations to fuel chaos and gather even more combat data. He utilized the connections he had made during the STARS era to build a shadow network that bypassed all international regulations. Wesker understood that a fractured market was more profitable and harder to monitor than a centralized one. By selling to multiple sides of a conflict, he ensured that biological research continued to evolve through constant, real-world field testing. He was the invisible hand of the black market, guiding the world toward the global forced evolution he still dreamed of. The rise of the black market also led to the creation of designer bioweapons. Smaller pharmaceutical companies, seeking to fill the void left by Umbrella, began to refine and modify the original viral strains. They created specialized bows for specific environments, Arctic, desert, or urban, selling them as turnkey military solutions. This was the normalization of bioterrorism, where creatures like the hunter and the tyrant were no longer anomalies, but catalogued military assets with spec sheets and price tags. The world was now a global laboratory, and every conflict was an opportunity for a new product demonstration. The BSAA was formed in direct response to this proliferation, but they were constantly playing catch-up. For every vial of virus they secured, 10 more were being traded in the dark corners of the internet and in the back rooms of rogue embassies. The global black market was a self-sustaining ecosystem. The fear of bioterrorism drove governments to buy their own defensive bioweapons, which only fueled the demand for more research. The complete timeline shows that the death of Umbrella was the best thing that ever happened to the bioweapons industry. It removed the one target that the world could agree to hate and replaced it with 1,000 shadows that were impossible to pin down. By the mid-2000s, the threat of a global outbreak was no longer a theoretical fear, but a statistical inevitability. The black market had ensured that the T-virus was in the hands of people who had nothing to lose and everything to gain from chaos. The world was standing on a foundation of viral samples and corporate greed, a fragile piece that was about to be shattered by the discovery of a new kind of parasite in the mountains of Spain. The era of the zombie was evolving into something even more controlled and terrifying, as the black market moved from accidental rot to commanded soldiers. This brings us into Section 6, the bioterror age, spanning from Resident Evil 4 through Resident Evil 6. In 2004, the landscape of bioterrorism shifted dramatically with the discovery of Las Plagas in a remote mountainous region of Spain. Unlike the T-virus, which created mindless, reanimated corpses, Las Plagas was a mind-controlling parasite that integrated with the host's central nervous system. This allowed for the creation of commanded soldiers, infected individuals who retained their human intelligence, tactical awareness, and ability to use tools and weapons, but were completely subservient to a central leader. This discovery marked the end of the accidental rot era and the beginning of biocontrol, where the infected were no longer a chaotic horde, but a disciplined religious military force known as Los Iluminados. The Las Plagas parasite had been dormant for centuries, sealed away by the local aristocracy to protect the world from its influence. However, The cult leader, Osmond Sadler, manipulated the young Castellan, Ramon Salazar, into unearthing the parasite to purify the world. Sadler saw Las Plagas as a tool for global domination, intending to infect the world's leaders, including the daughter of the United States President, to create a global network of puppet states. This was a sophisticated evolution of Umbrella's original vision. Instead of killing the population, the biocult aimed to enslave it. The European biocults represented a new kind of threat, a fusion of ancient religious fanaticism and modern biological warfare. Leon Kennedy's mission to rescue Ashley Graham provided the world with its first look at the power of biocontrol. He faced ganados, ordinary villagers who had been transformed into tireless, obedient hunters. These hosts could communicate, set traps, and operate heavy machinery, making them far more dangerous than any zombie Leon had faced in Raccoon City. The parasite also allowed for extreme physical mutations, creating massive, specialized BOWs like the El Gigante and the Verdugo. Las Plagas was a biological masterpiece that offered the one thing Umbrella could never perfect: absolute, intelligent loyalty. To the black market and rogue states, this was the holy grail of bioweapons. The incident in Spain also revealed that the shadow network of Wesker was actively seeking to secure the parasite. Wesker sent Ada Wong to retrieve a master Plaga sample, which would allow for the creation of new strains that could be controlled externally. Wesker realized that Las Plagas was the missing link in his quest for global forced evolution. By combining the parasite's control with the mutagenic power of the viruses, he could create a new human hierarchy. The European biocults were merely the first step in a larger plan to turn the entire planet into a hive mind under his control. The shift from rot to soldiers was complete. The Las Plagas era proved that biological threats could hide in plain sight, masked by religious tradition and isolated geography. It showed that the next generation of bioweapons would not necessarily be found in high-tech labs, but in the forgotten corners of the earth where ancient pathogens still lingered. The cult of Los Iluminados was a warning that the merging of biopower and ideological fanaticism was the most lethal combination in history. Even though Leon successfully destroyed the cult's base, the Master Plaga sample escaped, ensuring that the technology of mind control would become a staple of the global black market. By the end of 2004, the world was entering the age of command. The T-virus was now seen as an outdated, messy tool, replaced by the surgical precision of parasitic control. The discovery of Las Plagas had permanently altered the expectations of the bioweapons industry. Governments and corporations were no longer interested in plagues. They were interested in obedience. Leon Kennedy's survival in Spain was a tactical victory, but the complete timeline shows it was a strategic disaster for humanity, as the secret of Las Plagas was now in the hands of Post-Wesker and the shadowy conglomerate known as Tricell. Part 29. Leon Kennedy's transition into government asset. Following the rescue of Ashley Graham, Leon Kennedy's transition from a contained survivor to a top-tier federal asset was finalized. The United States government, realizing that Leon was the only operative with a successful track record against both viral and parasitic threats, elevated him to a position of unprecedented authority within the Division of Security Operations, or DSO. Leon became the president's personal biotactical specialist, a role that required him to operate in the greyest areas of international law. He was no longer just a cop or an agent. He was a living deterrent, the man the government sent when the threat was too biological for the military and too secret for the public. Leon's transition was characterized by a deep internal conflict. He was fully aware that he was being used by the same system that had vaporized Raccoon City. However, his sense of duty and his desire to prevent another Mission Code XX from being signed kept him in the service. He viewed himself as a shield for the innocent, even if that shield was held by a compromised hand. His relationship with President Graham provided him with a level of political protection that allowed him to push back against some of the more unethical biodefense projects. But he was always aware that his freedom was conditional. He was a professional survivor who had been institutionalized by the state. The government utilized Leon's experience to build a new set of protocols for biological engagement. He helped train the early units of what would eventually become the BSAA's elite task forces, though he remained a solo operative for the most sensitive missions. Leon's tactical data, his heart rate during Ganado encounters, his ammunition management against tyrants, and his psychological resilience was meticulously recorded and analyzed. In many ways, Leon was the ultimate combat data harvest, a human being who had been refined by disaster into a perfect counter-bioweapon. His life was a constant cycle of debriefings, missions, and quarantine periods, an existence that left no room for a private life or a stable future. Leon's partnership with Ada Wong also evolved during this period. He realized that she was a reflection of the world he was now forced to navigate, a world of shifting loyalties and corporate shadows. Their encounters in Spain, and later in Eastern Europe, showed that Leon was no longer the idealistic rookie who believed in a clear line between good and evil. He had learned to operate in the shadow market, using information from spies to stay one step ahead of the bioterrorists. He was a man who had become comfortable with the monster, a necessary evolution for someone tasked with protecting a world that was already infected. By the mid-2000s, Leon Kennedy was the face of the American response to bioterrorism. He was a symbol of survival, but also a symbol of how the Umbrella Era had forced the world into a state of permanent mobilization. His transition into a government asset was a success for national security, but it was a personal tragedy for a man who had once just wanted to be a cop in a quiet Midwest town. Leon's career was a mirror of the world state, professional, efficient, and deeply, quietly broken. He was the guardian of a world that was slowly losing its moral authority, fighting to keep the fire from the mountains from consuming the White House. Leon's role, leading into the later outbreaks, like the Tall Oaks incident, showed that he had become indispensable to the federal government. He was the foundational asset, the one person who could be trusted to stay human when everyone else was turning. But this indispensability came at a high cost. Leon was a man out of time, a relic of the Raccoon City era, who was now fighting commanded soldiers and global cults. His transition was complete. He was the ultimate government weapon, a man whose very existence was a secret and whose only home was the next mission. Part 30, Tricell, the global conglomerate. As the Umbrella Corporation collapsed, a new and even more powerful entity rose to take its place, Tricell. Originally a shipping and natural resource conglomerate, Tricell utilized its massive global infrastructure to acquire the remnants of Umbrella's research and personnel. By the mid-2000s, Tricell had quietly become the primary funder of Albert Wesker's research, providing him with the laboratories and the biological samples he needed to complete his work. Unlike Umbrella, which was a specialized pharmaceutical company, Tricell was a diversified global biopower with deep connections in shipping, telecommunications, and industrial energy. This made them even more elusive and harder to regulate than their predecessor. Tricell's involvement in the bioterrorism age was hidden behind a mask of humanitarian aid and global development. They utilized their pharmaceutical division to provide vaccines and medical supplies to developing nations, often using these aid programs as a cover to gain access to rare biological samples or to conduct live fire field tests on unsuspecting populations. Their Africa branch, led by Exceller Gione, was particularly aggressive in reclaiming the original Progenitor research site in the Kijuju region. Tricell was not interested in curing diseases. They were interested in the forced evolution market that Wesker had pioneered. They saw themselves as the corporate successors to Spencer's vision, but with a more modern, efficient business model. The partnership between Tricell and Wesker led to the creation of the Ouroboros virus, a refined strain of the Progenitor Virus that used the genetic data from the STARS survivors and the Las Plagas parasite. Tricell provided the industrial scale needed to produce the virus in massive quantities, intending to release it into the atmosphere to trigger a global reset. This was the ultimate evolution of the corporate bioweapon project, a plan to rewrite the entire human race in the image of a single corporation. Tricell's global shipping network was the perfect delivery system, capable of reaching every major city on the planet in a matter of hours. Tricell also played a key role in the militarization of the BSAA. By acting as a founding partner and providing funding for the agency's early operations, Tricell was able to place their own operatives within the anti-bioterrorism infrastructure. This allowed them to monitor investigations into their own labs and to sabotage any efforts to trace the origin of new viral strains. They were the shadow partners of the world's primary defense force, a position of absolute power that Umbrella had never been able to achieve. Tricell proved that the best way to hide a biological conspiracy was to be the person paid to investigate it. The collapse of Tricell following the Africa incident in 2009 was a major victory for the BSAA, but it followed the same pattern as Umbrella's fall. The company's research and assets were once again scattered to the global black market, fueling the next wave of bioterrorism. Tricell's legacy was the realization that the corporate threat was no longer confined to a single company. It was a systemic part of the global economy, a bio-industrial complex where the pursuit of genetic dominance was integrated with every aspect of modern life. Tricell was the prototype for the shadow syndicate era, proving that a corporation could be even more dangerous than a cult or a rogue state. By the end of the 2000s, the name Tricell was synonymous with the Africa disaster, but the conglomerate's influence remained in the shadow networks and the private military contractors they had funded. They had successfully pushed the world into the age of normalization, where biological weapons were standard military assets and corporate power was absolute. Tricell was the bridge between the Mansion Era and the Global Terror Era, a company that had looked into the heart of the Progenitor and seen nothing but a profit margin. In 2009, the focal point of the global biological threat returned to its primeval source, West Africa. The Kijuju Autonomous Zone became the stage for a catastrophic collision between ancient biology and modern corporate greed. Tricell, having successfully acquired the archived research of the late Umbrella Corporation, sought to reclaim the original Sun Garden, the only place on Earth where the Sonnentrep flowers grew in their natural state. This was not a simple scientific expedition. It was a military-industrial operation to extract the raw Progenitor Virus and refine it using the combat data harvested from the STARS survivors. The goal was the creation of Ouroboros, a virus so powerful it would act as a genetic sieve, elevating those with superior DNA and liquefying those deemed unworthy. The Kijuju outbreak served as a horrific demonstration of how far bioweapon technology had progressed since the days of Raccoon City. Instead of the chaotic, accidental spread of the T-virus, Tricell utilized an improved strain of the Las Plagas parasite to create the Magini. These were not mindless zombies, but a coordinated parasitic workforce that could operate heavy machinery, use firearms, and follow complex tactical commands. The infection of a local population was used as a shield for Tricell's deeper operations in the underground Ndapaya ruins. The local people were treated as disposable biological barriers, proving that the corporate disregard for human life had only intensified in the decade following the sterilization of Raccoon City. Deep within the reclaimed Progenitor labs, Clare Redfield and Sheva Alamar discovered the foundations of the nightmare. They saw the industrial-scale cultivation of the Sonnentrep flowers, now being harvested by automated machinery for the mass production of the Ouroboros virus. The facility was a fusion of ancient stone architecture and high-tech cryogenic storage, a visual representation of how Umbrella's legacy had been modernized by Tricell. This research was the missing link between the Mansion era and the global forced evolution that Wesker had been planning since 1998. The Africa lab was the birthplace of a virus designed to rewrite the biosphere of the entire planet. The involvement of Ecliptic, the CEO of Tricell's Africa branch, highlighted the merging of corporate ambition and personal narcissism. She viewed the Ouroboros project as a way to secure a seat at the table of Wesker's New World Order. However, the virus proved to be too volatile for even its creators to control. When Ouroboros was released, it didn't create a new race of gods. It created massive, amorphous heaps of black, pulsating tendrils that consumed everything in their path. The reclaimed Progenitor research was a testament to the fact that Umbrella's original sin, the attempt to play God with ancient mutagens, was a cycle that human arrogance was doomed to repeat. By the end of the Africa incident, the Kijuju region was a landscape of biological ruin. The destruction of the Tricell facility and the neutralization of the Ouroboros threat were massive victories for the BSAA, but they came at a staggering cost to the local population. The world was forced to realize that the Progenitor source was still the most dangerous place on Earth. The Africa labs were destroyed, but the data collected there was already being encrypted and sent to the global black market. The era of the original virus was closing, but the era of the designer plague was just beginning, and the world was now carrying the genetic scars of the Ouroboros project. The confrontation in the heart of a volcanic crater in 2009 marked the official end of Albert Wesker, the man who had haunted the biological landscape for over a decade. After absorbing a concentrated dose of the Ouroboros virus, Wesker transformed into a towering mass of metallic, parasitic tendrils, attempting to strike down Clare Redfield and Sheva Alamar in a final act of primal rage. His death was not a quiet one. It required a dual strike from military-grade rocket launchers while he was submerged in molten rock. For the BSAA and the survivors of the STARS unit, this felt like the ultimate victory. The head of the snake had finally been severed, and the architect of the Raccoon City disaster was dead. However, the victory over Wesker was largely a myth. While the man was gone, the Wesker system he had established survived him. Over 10 years, Wesker had built a shadow network of black market contacts, corporate shell companies, and viral distribution channels that did not require his direct supervision to function. He had successfully normalized the trade of bioorganic weapons and had ensured that the combat data protocol was an industry standard. Wesker's end did not stop the spread of the T virus or the Las Plagas. It merely decentralized the threat. The world was now full of mini-Weskers, rogue scientists and corporate executives who lacked his vision but possessed his lack of morality. The death of Wesker also created a massive power vacuum in the bioweapons underworld. Without his stabilizing influence, rival organizations like the Neo Umbrella Syndicate began to compete violently for his remaining assets. This led to a period of increased bioterrorism, as these groups conducted demonstration attacks to prove their worth to potential buyers. The myth of victory was shattered as early as the following year, when new viral strains like the C virus began to appear in Eastern Europe and Asia. The BSAA realized that they had killed a person, but they had not killed the ideology of forced evolution. The virus was out of the bottle, and the person who uncorked it no longer mattered. Wesker's end also had a profound psychological impact on Clare Redfield. Having spent his entire adult life hunting the man who betrayed the STARS unit, Chris found himself in a world where the enemy was now everywhere and nowhere. The clear-cut battle between a hero and a villain was replaced by a messy global war against 1,000 shadows. The victory in Africa was a tactical success, but it was a strategic failure for the moral authority of the BSAA. They had won the battle, but they were losing the war against the normalization of biological weapons. Wesker's shadow would continue to hang over the world, influencing everything from the C virus attacks to the eventual corruption of the BSAA itself. Furthermore, Wesker's death left behind biological legacies that were yet to be fully understood. His genetic material, enriched by years of viral adaptation, became a highly sought-after resource for researchers seeking to create the next Wesker. The quest for his legacy fueled the development of project after project, proving that even in death, he remained the gold standard for biological perfection. The volcano didn't end the nightmare. It just scattered the ashes of the monster across the entire world. The myth of victory was a comforting lie that the world told itself while the next generation of bioweapons was being incubated in the dark. Part 33. The BSAA's Rise and Militarization. In the years following the Africa incident, the Bioterrorism Security Assessment Alliance, or BSAA, underwent a rapid and concerning transformation. Originally founded as a non-governmental organization, supported by the pharmaceutical industry to clean up the mess left by Umbrella, the BSAA evolved into a global military force sanctioned by the United Nations. By the early 2010s, the agency possessed its own air force, elite tactical strike teams, and high-tech research divisions. The BSAA's rise was a direct response to the normalization of bioterrorism, but it also marked a shift toward the militarization of biodefense. The agency was no longer just an assessment team. It was a private army tasked with police actions in sovereign nations. This militarization was driven by the increasing scale of biological threats like the C virus. The BSAA found themselves fighting full-scale wars in urban centers like Lanxiang, where thousands of biological soldiers, the Javo, were deployed as standard infantry. This forced the agency to adopt a brute force doctrine, utilizing heavy weaponry and airstrikes to contain outbreaks. This aggressive posture often led to significant collateral damage and strained relations with the governments of the countries they were operating in. The BSAA was becoming a global police force, but one that operated with limited oversight and a mandate that often blurred the lines between defense and intervention. The funding for the BSAA's expansion came from the Global Pharmaceutical Council, a group of companies that included many former rivals of Umbrella. This created a massive conflict of interest. The very companies that were profiting from the development of defensive bioweapons were the ones paying for the agency tasked with stopping them. This led to a quiet corruption within the BSAA's leadership, as the agency began to prioritize the interests of its corporate sponsors over public safety. They were becoming a tool for the bio-industrial complex, ensuring that bioterrorism remained a managed threat rather than an eradicated one. The heroes of the BSAA, like Clare Redfield, began to realize that they were being used as a tactical shield for a strategic conspiracy. The militarization also led to the internal development of counter-bioweapons. The BSAA began to experiment with their own biological assets to level the playing field against the black market. This included specialized vaccines that were effectively preemptive viral treatments and tactical gear that integrated biological sensors. The line between stopping a BOW and using a BOW began to thin. The agency was successfully neutralizing outbreaks, but they were doing so by becoming the very thing they were fighting: a high-tech, militarized organization with a global reach and a lack of accountability. The BSAA's rise was a mirror of the world's descent into a permanent state of biological war. By 2012, the BSAA was the most powerful tactical organization on the planet, but its moral authority was beginning to erode. The global normalization of bioterrorism meant that the agency was constantly in the field, leading to high rates of combat fatigue and a hardening of its operatives. They were no longer the idealistic rescuers of the post-Raccoon world. They were cleaners for a world that refused to stop making monsters. The rise of the BSAA was a victory for tactical security, but it was a disaster for the transparency of international law. The stage was being set for a final collapse of trust, as the heroes of the world became its most powerful and most compromised enforcers. The year 2013 marked the point where bioterrorism became a normalized, recurring feature of global geopolitics. The C virus attacks in Eastern Europe, the United States, Georgia and China proved that biological weapons were no longer the tools of shadow corporations, but the standard assets of state actors and rogue syndicates. The C virus was the pinnacle of this normalization, a pathogen that could be delivered via aerosol clouds to instantly transform an entire city's population into chrysalids, which would then hatch into specialized insectoid soldiers. This was not a leak. It was a coordinated global strike designed to demonstrate that no part of the world was safe from biological destabilization. The attacks in Tall Oaks and Lanshan showed that the bioterror age had entered a phase of total war. The infected were no longer shambling corpses, but tactical units known as Javo, who could communicate, use weapons, and mutate in response to damage. This forced the world's militaries to accept biological threats as a permanent part of their strategic planning. Bioterrorism was no longer an anomaly to be cleaned up. It was a variable to be managed. The public, having lived through 2 decades of umbrella-related disasters, began to accept these attacks with a grim, hollow resignation. The normalization of the abnormal was complete. The C virus was developed by the family, a secret fraternity of global power brokers led by Derek C. Simmons, the United States National Security Advisor. This revelation was the ultimate proof that the monsters were now the establishment. The bioweapons were being used by the very people tasked with national security to maintain a global balance of power through terror. The family viewed the destruction of tall oaks as a necessary sacrifice to prevent the president from revealing the truth about Raccoon City. This was the final evolution of corporate and state biopower, using the virus not for profit, but for the maintenance of a shadow government. The global response to the C virus proved that the BSAA and the DSO were overmatched. Despite the heroic efforts of Leon Kennedy, Clare Redfield, and Jake Muller, the sheer scale of the infection required the firebombing of entire urban districts. The world watched on live television as the heroes were forced to use the same sterilization tactics that the government had used on Raccoon City. This led to a massive loss of public faith in international institutions. The normalization meant that the world was now a permanent hot zone, where the sound of sirens was the soundtrack of daily life, and the sight of a gas mask was as common as a suit and tie. By the end of 2013, the C virus had been contained, but the geopolitical damage was irreversible. The global normalization had proven that any organization with enough resources could create a localized apocalypse. The bioweapons market was now a thriving, essential part of the global economy, and the BSAA was now the only thing standing between civilization and a forced evolution event. The world was exhausted, cynical, and terrified. The era of the zombie had been replaced by the era of the biological soldier, and the people of Earth were living in a world where the monsters were no longer in the labs, they were in the government. All right, this brings us into Section 7, the Post-Wesker world, following the aftermath of Wesker's death. Following the deaths of Albert Wesker and Derek Simmons, the global bioweapons market entered a state of chaotic fragmentation known as the power vacuum. The centralized masterminds who had guided the development of the T, G, and C viruses were gone, leaving behind a fractured network of shadow syndicates, rogue scientists, and private military companies. This period was characterized by a scramble for assets, where smaller players competed to secure the remaining samples and data from falling Umbrella and Tricell facilities. The lack of a unifying vision led to a rise in experimental bioterrorism, as these groups conducted small-scale attacks to test their new, unrefined products on the black market. The power vacuum was also a period of intense corporate espionage. With the traditional big players in ruins, new conglomerates began to move into the biological sector, often hiding their research behind legitimate agricultural or environmental fronts. One of the most significant of these was the Connections, a crime syndicate that specialized in the development of humanoid bioweapons for psychological control. They filled the void left by Wesker by focusing on a different kind of power, the ability to control a population through a shared biological hive mind. The power vacuum was not a time of peace. It was a time of quiet expansion, where the next generation of horrors was being incubated in the world's most remote black sites. This era also saw the rise of private military bioweapons. Mercenary groups began to integrate biological assets into their standard operations, offering biotactical support to the highest bidder in proxy wars across Africa and Eastern Europe. The virus was no longer a secret, it was a service. The power vacuum allowed these groups to operate without the fear of a central umbrella or family entity shutting them down. This led to the militarization of the fringe, where the most dangerous technology on the planet was being handled by people with no ideological goal other than profit. The world was becoming a patchwork of bio-fiefdoms, each ruled by the group with the most lethal pathogen. The BSAA struggled to maintain order during this period. Without a single massive target to hit, their resources were spread thin across thousands of small-scale investigations. They were fighting a war of 1,000 cuts, where every victory was followed by a new outbreak in a different part of the globe. The power vacuum proved that the bioterror age was a hydra. Cutting off the head only led to 2 more growing in its place. The survivors of the Raccoon City era, like Leon and Chris, found themselves in a world where the enemy was now an amorphous, global network that lacked a physical headquarters to destroy. By the mid-2010s, the power vacuum had been partially filled by the connections and the newly corrupted BSAA, but the damage was done. The secrets of the Spencer Mansion and the Nest facility were now part of the global biological commons. The world was no longer waiting for a Wesker to trigger an apocalypse. It was living in an apocalypse that was being delivered in installments. The power vacuum was the final transition into the modern era of Resident Evil lore, a world where the monsters were standard, the heroes were compromised, and the next threat was already in the air, waiting for the right moment to bloom. Part 36: Private Military Bioweapons and State Use. As the mid-2010s progressed, the line between terrorism and statecraft became permanently blurred through the use of private military bioweapons. Governments that wanted to destabilize their neighbors without triggering a traditional war began to hire private military companies, PMCs, that possessed biological assets. These PMCs offered deniable biological strikes, allowing a state to unleash a viral outbreak in a target region and then claim it was the work of a rogue syndicate or an accidental leak from an old umbrella black site. This was the normalization of deniability, where the T virus and its derivatives were used as tools of asymmetrical warfare, a biological version of a cyber attack. The PMCs also utilized bioorganic weapons as specialized infantry. Instead of sending in human soldiers who might die and cause a political scandal, these companies deployed bipedal tactical units like the Hunter or the Tyrant. These creatures were fitted with neural link collars and high-tech armor, allowing them to follow complex mission parameters with minimal human supervision. To the people on the receiving end, it was a nightmare of industrialized slaughter. To the states that hired them, it was a cost-effective security solution. The world's conflict zones became testing grounds for the latest corporate biotactical products, proving that the lessons of the Combat Data Protocol had been fully integrated into the global military-industrial complex. The use of these weapons was often hidden behind humanitarian intervention or biosecurity cleanup contracts. A PMC would be hired to contain an outbreak they had secretly started, allowing them to charge the government for both the problem and the solution. This created a self-sustaining market for biological terror. The private military bioweapons era was characterized by this cynical corporate cycle of disaster and profit. The BSAA often found themselves in the middle of these proxy wars, unsure if the peacekeepers they were working with were actually the ones who had released the virus in the first place. This period also saw the state seizure of Umbrella's remaining data. Powerful nations began to build their own biodefense labs, which were effectively offensive bioweapons facilities. They justified this by claiming they needed to understand the enemy's weapons to build better defenses. But in reality, they were just continuing Umbrella's work under a different flag. The state use of bioweapons meant that the T-virus was no longer a criminal asset. It was a national one. The global arms race had moved into the genome, and the world's superpowers were now the primary drivers of biological research. The heroes of Raccoon City were now fighting against the very governments they had once served. By 2016, the world was a grid of managed bio-conflicts. The private military bioweapons market was worth trillions, and the use of these assets was as common as the use of drones or satellites. The standardization of the monster was complete. People were no longer surprised to see a tyrant on a news report. They were only concerned about whether it was on their side. The world had successfully integrated the horrors of the Spencer Mansion into its standard operating procedures, proving that humanity's capacity for destruction was the only thing that evolved faster than the virus. Part 37: Black Sites, Cover-Ups, and Failed Containment. The modern era of the Resident Evil timeline is defined by a global network of black sites, isolated high-security research facilities that operate outside of any international law. These sites are the direct descendants of the Spencer Mansion, built in remote regions like the Atlantic, the Siberian tundra, and the Appalachian Mountains. They are funded by a shadow conglomerate of corporate and state interests who still believe in the promise of the Progenitor Virus. Because these sites are black, they have no official existence, which means that when they suffer a containment failure, there is no public record of the disaster. The world is dotted with silent raccoon cities, where thousands of people have disappeared into the maw of a failed experiment that was never reported to the press. These black sites are the primary locations for extreme mutation research, where the laws of ethics and biology are suspended. They are the birthplace of the Project W successors and the various fungal mutagens that would eventually lead to the mold era. When a leak occurs at one of these sites, the cover-up is absolute. Blue Umbrella, a privatized military wing formed from the remains of the original company, is often hired to sanitize the area. This involves the systematic elimination of all witnesses and the total destruction of the facility, often using localized thermal charges that mimic an earthquake or a gas explosion. The modern cover-up is a masterpiece of information control, ensuring that the pharmaceutical myth is maintained even as the earth is being poisoned. Failed containment in these sites is often the result of systemic hubris. The scientists, believing they have mastered the virus or the parasite, often push the research too far, leading to a biological flashpoint that the site's security cannot manage. These incidents are the quiet apocalypses of our age. In many cases, the containment fails because the facility's owners decide that the data gathered from a live outbreak is more valuable than the facility itself. They intentionally allow the site to be overrun to see how their latest creation performs in a non-controlled environment. This is the Wesker legacy in its most clinical corporate form. The impact on local populations in these remote regions is devastating. Entire villages have been wiped out to provide test subjects or to serve as a control group for a viral spread. Because these people are often marginalized or live in rogue states, their disappearances never make it to the international news. The world is being consumed in installments, one black site at a time. The survivors of these incidents, if there are any, are often recruited or silenced by the same groups that caused the leak. This creates a cycle of erasure that prevents the world from ever seeing the true scale of the biological threat. The BSAA's role in these black sites is deeply compromised. While the old guard, like Clare Redfield, still believe they are hunting monsters, the agency's leadership is often in communication with the very groups that fund the sites. The BSAA is used to contain a leak only when it threatens a major corporate interest or a public urban center. They are the janitors of the black sites, cleaning up the messes that are too big for the private contractors to handle. This realization is what eventually leads to the moral collapse of the agency, as the heroes realize they are just a cog in a machine that thrives on failed containment. By 2017, the global biological landscape was a minefield of black sites. The world was sitting on 1,000 Spencer mansions, each one a ticking bomb. The failed containment was no longer a mistake, it was a business model. The modern era was not about preventing a disaster, but about profiting from it. The stage was set for the mold era, as a containment failure in a remote Louisiana bayou was about to show the world that the next generation of bioweapons was not a virus or a parasite. It was an ancient fungal memory. By the late 2010s, the BSAA had become a victim of its own success and its corporate foundations. The quiet corruption of the agency was a slow process that began with the Global Pharmaceutical Council increasing its funding and influence over the agency's executive board. This led to a shift in the BSAA's mandate. Instead of investigating the origins of new bioweapons, they were pressured to focus only on the immediate containment of outbreaks. This ensured that the pharmaceutical companies could continue their research without fear of the agency tracing a viral strain back to a specific corporate lab. The BSAA was being turned into a protective shield for the very industry it was supposed to regulate. The corruption was also internal. High-ranking officials within the BSAA began to see the value of the biological assets they were seizing. They started to build their own secret research division, which utilized the seized BOWs to develop biological peacekeeping tools. This was the same logic that had destroyed Umbrella, the belief that you could use the monster to protect the world. The quiet corruption meant that the agency was now actively engaging in the same research it was publicly condemning. The heroes were now the developers, and the line between biosecurity and bioterrorism was being erased by those who held the authority to define it. Clare Redfield began to notice the signs of this corruption during his operations with Blue Umbrella. He saw that the BSAA's missions were being directed away from certain sponsor-linked regions, and that evidence from raid sites was being classified before his team could review it. The agency was becoming a bureaucracy of silence, where the truth was a threat to the budget. The quiet corruption was a masterpiece of institutional subversion. It didn't require a Wesker or a Simmons to succeed. It only required the slow, steady pressure of corporate interests and the natural desire for institutional self-preservation. This period also saw the introduction of biological soldiers within the BSAA's own ranks. Under the guise of enhanced tactical protection, the agency began to field test personnel who had been treated with defensive viral strains. These were the post-human peacekeepers, the first step toward the militarization of the genome that would be revealed in the village incident. The BSAA was no longer fighting for a world without bioweapons. They were fighting for a world where they had the best ones. The corruption was complete when the agency's goal shifted from elimination to dominance. The impact on the old guard was devastating. Chris, Jill, and Leon found themselves increasingly isolated within their own organizations. They were the relics of Raccoon City, people who still believed in a clear line between right and wrong in a world that had moved into the grey. The quiet corruption meant that they were now being monitored by their own subordinates, and that their reports were being vetted by corporate lawyers. The agency they had built to stop Umbrella had become the new Umbrella, a global biopower that hid behind the UN flag instead of the pharmaceutical logo. By 2017, the BSAA was a hollow shell of its former self. It was a massive high-tech organization that was fundamentally broken at its core. The corruption was quiet because it was profitable. The world still viewed the BSAA as the good guys, unaware that the agency was already deploying its own monsters into proxy wars and black site operations. The stage was set for the Baker incident, where the BSAA's sanitization of a small Louisiana family would show the world just how far the agency had fallen from its original mission. This brings us into Section 8, the Mold Era, spanning from Resident Evil 7 through Resident Evil 8. The Mold Era of the Resident Evil timeline began with the discovery of an ancient fungal superorganism known as the megamycete, hidden in a remote mountain region of Eastern Europe. This organism was a biological archive, capable of consuming the consciousness and DNA of those it touched, creating a collective hive mind within its fungal network. A shadow syndicate known as the Connections realized that the mold could be used to create a new kind of bioweapon, a humanoid hive mind that could control an entire population through shared memories and psychological influence. This was the birth of the E-Series project, an attempt to weaponize the fungus to create a weapon that didn't just kill the body, but colonize the mind. The project resulted in the creation of Eveline, a young girl who was the living host of the mold. Eveline was not a soldier. She was a psychological displacement asset. She could spread the mold through physical contact and airborne spores, creating a network of molded creatures and human thralls who were bound to her will. Unlike the T virus, which created chaos, the mold created a family, a terrifyingly tight, obedient collective that operated under Eveline's psychic direction. The Connections saw this as the ultimate tool for social destabilization. By introducing Eveline into a population, they could take total control of a city without firing a single shot. The origins of the mold were also linked back to the early days of Oswell Spencer. In the 1950s, Spencer had visited the same Eastern European village where the megamycete was discovered, meeting with its mother, Miranda. While Miranda was focused on using the mold to revive her lost daughter, Spencer saw the potential for a global virus. They shared research, and the Umbrella logo was even inspired by a stone carving in the village's ancient ruins. The mold was the foundational fungi that had influenced Spencer's vision for Umbrella, a secret history that had been buried for 70 years. The mold was not a new threat. It was the original one, finally returning to the surface. Eveline's creation was a disaster in the making. As a bioweapon, she was highly unstable, requiring a constant supply of specialized medication to prevent her from aging rapidly and losing her psychological cohesion. When the Connections attempted to transport her to a secure facility in 2014, a storm caused the ship to wreck in the Louisiana Bayou. Eveline, now free of her handlers, began to colonize the local environment, starting with the Baker family, who had rescued her from the wreckage. This was the silent containment failure that would eventually lead to the Baker incident. The mold was no longer a lab project. It was an invasive species in the heart of the American South. The mold was different from anything the Raccoon City survivors had ever seen. It was not a virus or a parasite. It was a memory mutagen. Those who were infected were part of a shared consciousness, capable of regenerating from extreme injuries, because their body was now part of a larger fungal collective. This made the mold almost impossible to eradicate. Every spore was a potential infection point, and every victim was a potential node in Eveline's network. The connections had successfully created a weapon that could erase the concept of the individual, a biological realization of the total corporate control that Spencer had always dreamed of. By 2017, the mold had fully consumed the Baker estate. The family had been turned into a bioorganic hive, their humanity replaced by the fungal collective. The BSAA and the connections were both monitoring the site, waiting to see how the field test would conclude. The mold was the next generation of biological warfare, a weapon of psychological dominance that made the T-virus look like a primitive tool. The stage was set for Ethan Winters, an ordinary civilian who would unknowingly become the most important test subject in the history of the complete timeline. In January 2017, the mold era reached its public flashpoint during the Baker incident in Dulvey, Louisiana. This was a localized apocalypse where a single civilian household was consumed by the fungal hive mind of Eveline. The Baker family, Jack, Marguerite, Feed and Lucas, had been transformed into a bioorganic nightmare. Their bodies gifted with superhuman strength and regenerative abilities at the cost of their sanity. They were no longer a family. They were a tactical unit under the control of a biological god. The incident proved that the next generation of bioweapons didn't need a city to be dangerous. They only needed a house and a handful of victims to create a total biological collapse. Ethan Winters, a civilian searching for his missing wife, Mia, became the primary witness to the horror. His experience was a clinical field test for the mold's ability to manipulate and consume the human psyche. Ethan was subjected to a psychological gauntlet of shifting realities and physical torture, unaware that he himself was being infected and eventually reborn as a mold-based entity. The Baker incident was the first time the world saw the humanitarian cost of the mold. It was a biological colonization that turned the home into a hunting ground and family members into predators. The Baker incident was a masterpiece of social destabilization, showing that the Umbrella Era monsters were now capable of psychological warfare. The BSAA's intervention at the end of the incident, led by Clare Redfield, was a sanitization operation that further highlighted the agency's corruption. Working alongside Blue Umbrella, the BSAA moved in to secure the remaining mold samples and data, rather than to save the survivors. They treated the Baker estate as a seized asset, ensuring that the details of the incident never reached the public eye. The Baker incident was officially labeled a mass gas leak or a criminal case, another successful corporate cover-up in the long shadow of Raccoon City. The heroes were now the cleaners, ensuring that the biological secrets of the connections were moved into the agency's own labs. The incident also revealed the Lucas-Baker paradox. Lucas, the son of the family, had been given a serum of independence by the connections, allowing him to retain his mind while utilizing the mold's powers. He acted as an internal observer for the syndicate, recording his own family's suffering and the combat data of Ethan Winters. This proved that the hive mind could be partitioned and controlled for corporate purposes. The mold was not just a plague. It was an operating system for biological warfare. Lucas Baker was the modern Wesker, a man who saw the virus not as a curse, but as a career opportunity. By the end of the incident, the Baker family was dead. Eveline was neutralized, and Ethan Winters was a biological sleeper agent for the BSAA. The mold had successfully been field tested in the American South, proving its value as a weapon of mass control and individual erasure. The Baker incident was the preamble to the village disaster, a warning that the monsters were now capable of rebuilding themselves from a single fungal spore. The world was now a place where a trip to a rural estate could lead to a permanent biological integration into a corporate collective. The legacy of the Baker incident was the normalization of the fungal threat. The BSAA began to integrate mold research into their own biotactical programs, leading to the creation of the mold soldiers seen in the later village timeline. The agency had seen the power of the hive mind, and they wanted it for themselves. The Baker incident was not the end of the mold. It was the moment it became part of the BSAA standard. Ethan Winters was safe for now, but he was a man living on borrowed time in a world that was already preparing for his next mutation. The story of Ethan Winters is the definitive case study in the exploitation of civilians by the modern biological military-industrial complex. Unlike the STARS officers or federal agents who were trained to understand the risks of the field, Ethan was an ordinary man who was systematically dismantled and rebuilt by the mold. His survival during the Baker incident was not a miracle of human spirit, but a result of his total biological integration into the fungal hive mind. From the moment he entered that estate in Louisiana, Ethan ceased to be a private citizen and became a biological asset. The BSAA and Blue Umbrella did not rescue him out of a sense of duty. They secured him because he was a one-of-a-kind specimen who could survive injuries that would vaporize a normal human being. For 3 years following the Louisiana incident, Ethan and his wife Mia were kept under constant surveillance in a government relocation program. This was not for their protection, but to allow the BSAA to monitor the long-term stability of the mold within their bodies. Ethan was a living laboratory, a man whose every heartbeat and cellular mutation was being logged by the very people who claimed to be his protectors. This is the new reality of civilian life in a post-umbrella world. You are no longer an individual with rights. You are a data point in a corporate ledger. The government used Ethan's desire for a normal life as a leash, keeping him in a controlled environment while they studied the regenerative properties of the fungus that had replaced his original anatomy. The psychological exploitation of Ethan Winters was perhaps the most calculated aspect of his time under BSAA surveillance. They did not just monitor his body, they managed his reality. By placing him in a remote, idyllic setting, they created a false sense of security that kept his stress levels low and his mold infection stable. Every neighbor he spoke to and every local official he encountered was likely a plant or an observer tasked with reporting on his daily routine. This was a total immersion project where a human being was treated as a long-term ecological study. The BSAA was essentially gaslighting a man into believing he had a second chance at life, while they were actually just waiting for his biology to provide the next breakthrough in regenerative science. Even the birth of his daughter was treated as a milestone in a corporate research timeline rather than a family event. The medical professionals who oversaw the pregnancy were selected for their background in virology and fungal mutation, ensuring that Rosemary was documented from her first heartbeat. Ethan was allowed to believe he was a father, but in the eyes of the establishment, he was a successful biological host who had produced a superior iteration of the product. This realization highlights the cold, utilitarian heart of the post-Raccoon world. The civilian is no longer a person to be protected. They are a resource to be harvested, and Ethan Winters was the most fertile ground the BSAA had ever found. Ethan's daughter, Rose, represented the ultimate prize in this cycle of exploitation. As a child born from two infected parents, she was a true biological hybrid, possessing a level of control over the mold that even Evelyn could not achieve. The BSAA viewed her as the future of biological warfare, a weapon that could be raised from birth to be the perfect operative. Ethan was merely the biological carrier for this asset, a man whose purpose was to protect a product he did not even know was patented. This is the cold heart of the mold era, the total erasure of the line between a family and a research project. By the time the village incident began, Ethan Winters was a man who had been hollowed out by the interests of the state. He was a survivor who had been turned into a sleeper agent, unaware that his very existence was a managed failure of containment. His story serves as a warning about the future of the Resident Evil world, where the monsters are no longer just in the labs, but are being cultivated in the living rooms of ordinary people. Ethan was the first civilian to be fully weaponized by the post-Umbrella establishment, a man whose sacrifice would eventually be used to justify the next decade of biological military expansion. The legacy of Ethan Winters is a grim blueprint for how the modern state views the individual. He was provided with a house, a name, and a family, but all of it was conditional on his biological utility. When Clare Redfield finally intervened, it was not to save a family, but to secure a high-value asset before a rival power could claim it. Ethan's life ended in a crater in Eastern Europe, but his biological data remains the most valuable record in the BSAA archives. He was the perfect civilian subject, a man who believed in the lie of survival until the very moment his body calcified into salt. Final analysis suggests that Ethan was never intended to survive the conclusion of the village incident. His purpose was to test the limits of the megamycete's regenerative capacity and then be discarded once the superior hybrid, Rosemary, was secured. The BSAA had already drafted his death certificate years before he ever arrived in the mountains. He was a man out of time, a relic of a failed containment strategy that was being replaced by a much more aggressive form of biological imperialism. Ethan Winters was the last human to believe that a family could stay hidden from the shadow of Umbrella, and his death was the final punctuation mark on that era of innocence. The aftermath of the Baker incident led to a massive covert struggle for the control of the mold and the data surrounding the E-Series project. The United States government, working through Blue Umbrella and the BSAA, moved with terrifying efficiency to seize the remains of the Louisiana site. This was not an effort to destroy a biological threat, but a strategic acquisition of a new, high-value military asset. They recognized that the mold offered something the T-virus never could: the ability to archive and manipulate human consciousness. The government wanted the memory mutagen for its own psychological operations, seeing the potential for a world where dissent could be biologically erased through a shared hive mind. The seizure was a masterpiece of information control. All evidence of the fungal outbreak was classified under national security protocols, and the Baker estate was transformed into a permanent black site for study. The BSAA utilized the samples they recovered to begin their own internal research into biological peacekeeping. This marked the point where the agency officially moved from a regulatory body to a developmental one. They were not just stopping the fire anymore. They were trying to bottle it. The government's seizure proved that the shadow market for bioweapons was now being led by the very nations that claimed to be fighting against it. Blue Umbrella, the privatized military wing, composed of former Umbrella employees seeking redemption, acted as the technical arm of this seizure. They provided the specialized equipment and the viral expertise needed to stabilize the mold for laboratory use. This partnership created a bio-industrial complex where corporate secrets were integrated into federal defense programs. The distinction between the good umbrella and the bad umbrella was a PR myth, designed to allow the government to continue Spencer's work without the political baggage of the original company. The seizure of the mold research was the final step in the normalization of biological warfare at the state level. The research was quickly decentralized, with samples being sent to black sites across the globe to prevent a single point of failure. This ensured that even if one lab was compromised, the government's grip on the mold would remain absolute. They began to experiment with tactical spore delivery, looking for ways to infect a target population without the messy, visible rot of the T virus. The goal was a clean conquest, where a city could be brought under control through the psychic direction of a central host. The government was no longer interested in killing the population. They were interested in the total biological colonization of the human mind. The logistical scale of the seizure involved the coordinated efforts of multiple shadow agencies, ensuring that the mold was integrated into the national security apparatus before the international community could intervene. They utilized specialized containment vessels designed by Blue Umbrella to transport the megamycete samples, moving them through a network of unmarked flights and underground rail lines. This was a silent mobilization of biopower, where the government was effectively building a fungal shield to protect its interests. The seizure proved that the era of corporate rogue states was over. The era of the biological superpower had begun. Furthermore, the government began to weaponize the data regarding the mold's ability to archive consciousness. They saw this as the ultimate tool for interrogation and intelligence gathering. If they could infect a high-value target and then download their memories from the fungal network, the concept of a secret would be dead. This transition from viral destruction to fungal information retrieval is the hallmark of the modern era. The government did not want to burn the world down. They wanted to own its memory. The seizure of the Baker research was the first step in creating a world where the state has total access to the inner lives of its citizens through biological colonization. This era of seizure was also characterized by the systematic silencing of any non-governmental researchers who stumbled upon the mold's unique properties. Academic papers were retracted, and independent scientists were intimidated into abandoning their work. The state established a total monopoly on the fungal genome, ensuring that no rival corporation or rogue syndicate could challenge their dominance. The mold was officially designated as a strategic resource, a biological version of the nuclear option that was hidden behind the badge of the BSAA. By the end of 2017, the mold was no longer a rogue project by a crime syndicate. It was a pillar of the global bio-defense infrastructure. The BSAA had successfully sanitized the history of the Baker incident, ensuring that the public saw only a tragic accident, while the military saw a revolutionary new weapon. The seizure of the research set the stage for the village disaster, as the government's attempt to manage the foundational fungi would eventually lead them back to the original source in Eastern Europe. The world was now a place where the government was the primary manufacturer of the monsters, and the heroes were the ones signing the supply contracts. In 2021, the search for the origins of the biological nightmare led Clare Redfield back to a remote, ancient village in Eastern Europe. Here, he discovered Mother Miranda, a centuries-old priestess who had been manipulating the Megami seat long before Umbrella was ever a concept. Miranda's cult was the missing link in the complete timeline, a society built on the biological worship of the mold. She had used the fungal superorganism to grant herself immortality and to experiment on the local villagers, creating a hierarchy of lords who served as her biological enforcers. This was the true source of the biopower that had influenced Oswell Spencer in the 1950s. The relationship between Miranda and Spencer reveals that the Umbrella Era was actually a corporate offshoot of an ancient religious cult. Spencer had visited the village as a young man, and it was Miranda who introduced him to the concept of using a virus or fungus to trigger human evolution. The very symbol of Umbrella, the red and white umbrella, was taken from a stone carving found in the village's Four Kings altar. Spencer eventually left Miranda because her vision was too small. She only wanted to revive her dead daughter, while Spencer wanted to rule the world. This connection proves that the nightmare of Raccoon City was born from the twisted grief of a mountain priestess and the cold ambition of a British aristocrat. Mother Miranda's village was a living laboratory that had been operating for over 100 years. She had perfected the use of the Kadu parasite, a bioorganic tool used to increase the mold's compatibility with human hosts. This research was the direct ancestor of the NE-alpha parasite and the Las Plagas projects. The village was a place where biology and mythology were indistinguishable. The residents lived in a state of permanent terror, viewing the biological mutations of the lords as divine manifestations. Miranda had successfully achieved what Umbrella never could: a stable, self-sustaining community ruled by biological dominance and religious indoctrination. The BSAA's presence in the village was the final proof of their corruption. They had been monitoring Miranda's research for years, waiting for the right moment to secure the megamycete for their own purposes. When Clare Redfield went rogue to stop Miranda, he found himself fighting not just a cult, but the very organization he had helped build. The BSAA arrived with their own biological soldiers, intending to clean up the site and claim the ancient fungus for their global military programs. The village was the flashpoint where the ancient past of the mold met the high-tech future of militarized bioterrorism. Mother Miranda's role as a mentor to Oswell Spencer fundamentally changes how we view the history of the RPD and the STARS unit. It means that the puzzles and traps of the Spencer mansion were not just the whims of a mad architect, but a corporate attempt to replicate the ritualistic trials of the village. The village was a place where biology was used to enforce a religious hierarchy, and Spencer merely replaced the priestess with a CEO. The foundational roots of the nightmare are deep in the soil of Eastern Europe, proving that Umbrella was never an innovator. They were merely the people who tried to industrialize ancient, localized magic into a global product. The BSAA's raid on the village was a desperate attempt to reclaim this history before it could be exposed. They were not just looking for Miranda. They were looking for her archives, which contained over a century of data on the megamycete's interactions with the human genome. This data was the holy grail of biotactical research, offering a blueprint for a soldier that could live forever. The village was the ultimate proof that a society could be completely controlled through biological integration. By the time Clare Redfield realized what the BSAA was doing, the agency had already secured the primary nodes of the fungal network, ensuring that Miranda's legacy would continue in a high-tech lab. The destruction of the village and the death of Mother Miranda marked the end of the foundational era, but it revealed a terrifying truth. The pre-umbrella roots of the bioweapons industry were not in a lab, but in the memory of the Earth itself. The megamycete was an archive of everyone who had ever died in that valley, a biological database that the world's superpowers were now fighting to control. Miranda was gone, but the Miranda way, ruling through biological and psychological integration, was now the standard operating procedure for the BSAA and the corporations that would follow in Umbrella's wake. As the fires of the village settled, the BSAA teams moved in with archaeological precision. They were not interested in the survival of the villagers, but in the stone carvings and the biological sediment. They were harvesting a religious history to fuel a secular war. This is the ultimate victory of the biopower era, the merger of ancient mythology and modern science to create a world where authority is enforced at a cellular level. The village was destroyed, but the blueprints it provided were already being integrated into the next decade of global tactical planning. The discovery of the megamycete redefined the scientific understanding of life and death in the Resident Evil universe. Unlike a virus that simply destroys and reanimates, the megamycete is a fungal superorganism that acts as a massive biological hard drive. It absorbs the consciousness, memories, and DNA of every living being that is consumed by its mold. This means that death within the village was merely an integration into a collective hive mind. The megamycete holds the records of centuries of human experience, creating a biological archive that can be accessed by those with a high enough level of compatibility, such as Mother Miranda or Rosemary Winters. The nature of memory within the mold is a terrifying tool for bioweapon development. The connections and the BSAA realized that if they could control the megamycete, they could effectively achieve a form of immortality and total social control. They could reboot a deceased individual's consciousness into a new mold-based body, or they could manipulate the memories of a population to ensure absolute loyalty. This is the ultimate goal of psychological biopower. The virus kills the body, the parasite controls the body, but the mold colonizes the soul. The megamycete proved that the most valuable resource in the modern era was not genetic material, but the data stored within the human mind. For the survivors, the megamycete represents a horrific loss of self. Ethan Winters discovered that his survival was actually just a mold-based reconstruction of his memories. He was a ghost being kept alive by a fungal network that had archived his consciousness at the moment of his death in Louisiana. This realization is the core tragedy of the mold era. The individual is erased, replaced by a node in a massive, uncaring biological network. The megamycete does not distinguish between a hero and a monster. It only sees information to be categorized and stored. It is a world where even your thoughts are corporate property once you are infected. The BSAA's interest in the megamycete was driven by a desire for predictive tactical intelligence. By accessing the memories of fallen soldiers and enemies through the mold, they could gain a decisive advantage on the battlefield. They viewed the ancient fungus as a memory weapon, a way to ensure that no secret could ever be kept from the state. This is the final moral collapse of the agency. They were willing to desecrate the concept of death itself to maintain their global military dominance. The megamycete was the master archive that made all previous Umbrella research look primitive. The biological hard drive of the megamycete also created a state of eternal agony for those consumed by it. Within the mold network, the consciousness of the victims remains active, trapped in a timeless loop of their final moments. This means the megamycete is a repository of suffering, a mass of data that the BSAA viewed as a source of extreme combat stress metrics. They wanted to study how a mind breaks down over centuries of digital biological isolation. The fungus was the ultimate tool for a new kind of cruelty, where a person could be kept alive in a state of permanent trauma to provide data for psychological bioweapons. The nature of this memory storage also means that the megamycete is a threat to the concept of historical truth. If a corporation or a state can edit the memories within the mold, they can rewrite history itself. The BSAA recognized that by controlling the megamycete, they could create a shared reality for their soldiers and even the public. This is the final frontier of the Resident Evil timeline, the colonization of the past. The fungus proves that the monsters are no longer just physical threats. They are existential ones that threaten the very idea of an independent human identity. The megamycete is the ultimate victory for the ideology of forced evolution. Furthermore, the megamycete's existence suggests that the virus outbreaks of the past may have been archived in some form. If the fungus was the foundation for Umbrella's vision, then the memories of the Arklay Mountains and Raccoon City may be stored within its network. This makes the megamycete a library of corporate crimes, a biological record that the state is desperate to manage. The world is no longer just fighting a plague. It is fighting for control over its own history. Every person consumed by the mold adds another chapter to this dark archive, giving the state more power to manipulate the future by controlling the past. As the megamycete was seemingly destroyed at the end of the village incident, the world believed the threat was over. However, the nature of the mold ensures that as long as a single spore survives, the archive remains. The memory of Raccoon City, the Spencer Mansion, and the Baker Estate are all likely stored within the fungal network, waiting for the next corporation to find a way to plug in. The megamycete changed the stakes of the timeline. The war is no longer just for the survival of the species, but for the survival of the human individual against a collective biological eternity. The death of Ethan Winters at the heart of the village was a moment of profound personal sacrifice. But within the context of the complete timeline, it was also the final act in a lie of survival. Ethan died to protect his daughter and to destroy the megamycete, believing that his end would bring a close to the biological nightmare that had consumed his family. However, the BSAA's immediate seizure of Rosemary Winters proved that Ethan's sacrifice was merely the beginning of a new phase of exploitation. The lie of survival is the idea that an individual can ever truly escape the reach of the bioweapons complex once they have been touched by it. Ethan was dead, but his product, his daughter, was now in the hands of the very people he had trusted to protect her. Ethan's death also confirmed the clinical nature of his existence as a mold host. He did not die from a wound. He calcified because his biological clock had run out once the central hive mind was disrupted. He was a temporary vessel for a fungal consciousness, a man who had been surviving on borrowed time since 2017. His death was a release from a state of being that was fundamentally unnatural. But for the BSAA, his death was just the end of a field test. They had gathered the data they needed on the long-term stability of a civilian host, and they were ready to move on to the next generation. The pure hybrid, Rosemary. The aftermath of Ethan's death saw the BSAA taking Rose into protective custody, which in the Resident Evil world is a euphemism for high-security containment. Rose was raised in a controlled environment, her powers monitored, and her psychological development managed by the agency. The lie of survival was maintained for Rose, as she was told her father was a hero while she herself was being prepared to be a weapon. The BSAA used the memory of Ethan Winters to manipulate his daughter, ensuring her loyalty to the organization that had ultimately failed her father. The hero's sacrifice was recycled into a recruitment tool. The destruction of the village did not end the threat. It only changed its center of gravity. The BSAA's use of biological soldiers during the raid proved that they were no longer interested in containment. They were now the primary users of the technology they were supposed to be hunting. Ethan's death was a distraction that allowed the agency to secure the most valuable biological asset on the planet while the world watched the fire. The lie of survival is the ultimate success of the post-Umbrella establishment. They have convinced the world that the fight is being won, while they are quietly integrating the monsters into their own ranks. Ethan's death was also a tactical necessity for the BSAA to maintain their control over Rose. If Ethan had lived, he would have been a variable they could not fully predict. A father who would have fought to keep his daughter out of a lab. By allowing him to sacrifice himself, the agency effectively removed the only person who would have stood in their way. They turned his death into a heroic narrative that they could use to manipulate Rose's developing psyche. The lie of survival is a psychological cage that ensures the next generation of bioweapons is loyal to the hand that saved them from the ruins of their father's life. The final moments of Ethan Winters, as he stood with the detonator, these were the result of a life that had been entirely managed by corporate and state interests. Even his choice to stay behind was a predicted outcome of the heroic conditioning the BSAA had applied to him over the previous 3 years. They knew he would choose his daughter over himself, and they used that instinct to finalize the field test. Ethan died believing he was a man making a choice, but in the complete timeline, he was just a piece of equipment reaching its expiration date. His death marked the transition from the human survivor to the engineered asset. This transition is the most terrifying legacy of the mold era. It proves that the corporation no longer needs to hunt you. They just need to wait for you to die so they can archive you. Ethan was the prototype for a world where death is no longer an exit, but a promotion into the corporate hive mind. His sacrifice, though noble in intent, was the final data point the BSAA needed to prove that their new generation of bioweapons could be controlled through emotional manipulation. He was the man who died so that the machine could live. By the end of the village incident, Clare Redfield was the only one who saw through the lie. He realized that Ethan had been used and discarded by an agency that had lost its way. Chris's decision to investigate the BSAA headquarters in Europe marks the beginning of the final era of the timeline leading into Resident Evil 9. The lie of survival was over. The world was now a place where the heroes had to go to war against their own organizations to find the truth. Ethan Winters was gone, but his legacy was a world on the brink of a total moral and biological collapse, where the monsters were wearing the uniforms of the rescuers. Now this brings us into the world, leading directly into Resident Evil 9, the present state of the timeline, where every past outbreak has shaped what comes next. The final revelation of the village incident was the discovery that the BSAA is now actively deploying its own biological soldiers on the battlefield. Clare Redfield discovered that the tactical teams sent to the village were not human beings in gas masks, but specialized bioorganic weapons engineered by the agency itself. This is the standardization of the biological soldier, the point where the world's primary anti-bioterrorism force became the world's largest producer of bioweapons. The BSAA is no longer a peacekeeping organization. It is a militarized biopower that uses its own monsters to maintain global order. This is the nightmare that STARS and the Raccoon City survivors fought for 30 years to prevent. These BSAA bioweapons are the result of decades of seized research from Umbrella, Tricell, and the Connections. They are engineered for absolute loyalty and tactical efficiency, utilizing a refined version of the T-virus and the mold to create a soldier that can regenerate in real time. Unlike the mindless zombies or the volatile ganados, these creatures are controlled assets, capable of following complex mission parameters without the need for a central hive mind. The BSAA has successfully achieved the corporate dream of a turnkey military solution. They have become the very entity they were created to destroy, hiding their research behind the authority of the United Nations. The use of these biological soldiers marks the total collapse of the moral authority of the international community. If the people tasked with stopping bioterrorism are using it themselves, then there is no longer a law to appeal to. The world has entered a state of permanent biological war, where every conflict is fought with engineered pathogens and mutated soldiers. The BSAA justifies this by claiming they need these assets to fight the evolving threats on the black market. But this is the same circular logic that Umbrella used in the 1980s. They are fueling the very fire they claim to be putting out. Clare Redfield's mission to the BSAA European headquarters is a desperate attempt to stop this militarization before it becomes irreversible. He realizes that the agency has been compromised at the highest levels, likely by a conglomerate of pharmaceutical interests that still dream of Spencer's new world. The BSAA bioweapons are the final stage of the normalization of the monster. They are no longer a secret. They are a budget item. The world leading into Resident Evil 9 is one where the hero is a rogue operative fighting against a global military infrastructure that has embraced the virus as its primary tool of statecraft. The physical appearance of these BSAA biological soldiers is a chilling echo of the Tyrant models from 1998. They are massive, grey-skinned entities, equipped with the latest tactical gear and neural interfaces that allow for remote command. However, unlike the early Tyrants, these soldiers possess a social intelligence that allows them to blend into a human squad and take orders from a human commander. They are the realization of the perfect soldier project that Umbrella Europe started with Nemesis. The BSAA has successfully removed the rage variable from the T-virus, creating a monster that is as disciplined as a Marine and as lethal as a god. The deployment of these assets in the village was a message to the rest of the world. The BSAA is the new global hegemon. They were demonstrating that they no longer needed to rely on human bravery or civilian heroes like Clare Redfield. By using these bioweapons, they were showing that they had achieved total genetic dominance. This has triggered a secret arms race among rival nations, who are now scrambling to create their own peacekeeper programs to match the BSAA's capabilities. The world is no longer fighting to end biological warfare. They are fighting to see who can build the most obedient army of monsters. Furthermore, The existence of these soldiers suggests that the BSAA has been engaging in large-scale human experimentation for years. To create a soldier that is compatible with the mold and the T virus, the agency would have needed thousands of test subjects. This raises a terrifying question. Where did the BSAA get their resources? It is likely that the marginalized populations and black site survivors they were supposed to protect were instead funneled into these military programs. The agency has become a predatory institution, a corporate military hybrid that views the human genome as a renewable resource. The BSAA bioweapons are the final punctuation mark on the Umbrella Era. They prove that the corporation did not fail. It just changed its badge. The technology of the mansion and the Nest Lab is now the foundation of the world's primary defense force. Every time a BSAA soldier enters a battlefield, they are carrying the legacy of Oswell Spencer and James Marcus. The nightmare has been institutionalized, and the heroes are now the only ones standing between humanity and a future of engineered obedience. Part 47, Collapse of Moral Authority. The world leading into the current era is characterized by the total collapse of moral authority among the traditional heroes and their organizations. For 30 years, even the survivors of Raccoon City believed they were fighting for a world that could be saved from biological terror. However, the corruption of the BSAA and the government's exploitation of Ethan Winters have proven that the institutions they serve are fundamentally indistinguishable from the Umbrella Corporation. The heroes now find themselves as outlaws within their own systems, realizing that the moral high ground has been vaporized by corporate and state interests. This is the era of disillusionment, where the lines between good and evil have been permanently erased by the pragmatism of biological warfare. This collapse is visible in the tactical decisions made by the BSAA. They have adopted a sterilization-first doctrine, where entire regions are written off as collateral damage to protect corporate assets. The moral authority of the agency was their only weapon against the black market, and without it, they are just another PMC with a different badge. The world has seen that the people in charge are willing to use the virus to maintain their power, which has led to a global rise in bio-nihilism. If the rescuers are the ones making the monsters, then there is no longer any reason for the public to trust the state. Raccoon City was a tragedy. The current state of the world is a managed catastrophe. Leon Kennedy's role as a government asset is a primary example of this moral decay. He is forced to operate in a system that he knows is corrupt, justifying his actions by telling himself that he is preventing the worst-case scenario. But as the years pass, the worst-case scenario has become the standard operating procedure. And Leon is a man who has been hollowed out by the realization that he is protecting a system that does not deserve to be saved. The collapse of moral authority means that the heroes are no longer fighting for a better future. They are just fighting for a slightly less horrific present. The international community's acceptance of bioweapons as standard military assets is the final nail in the coffin. There is no longer a global consensus against the use of these weapons. Instead, there is a regulatory framework that manages their trade and use. The heroes find themselves in a world where their expertise is used to refine the very weapons they hate. Jill Valentine's trauma and Clare Redfield's rage are no longer just personal reactions. They are the screams of a generation that has been betrayed by the world they tried to save. The moral authority of the post-umbrella world was a thin veil that has been completely shredded. This moral collapse has also led to a tactical nihilism among the younger generation of BSAA recruits. They see their commanders using bioweapons, and they realize that the stories of Raccoon City are just old-world propaganda. They have been raised in a world where the monster is a tool, not a tragedy. This loss of empathy is the ultimate success of the Umbrella Way. It has created a generation of soldiers who view the human genome as software that can be hacked and edited. The moral authority of the mission has been replaced by the efficiency of the result, leaving the world's defense in the hands of people who no longer believe in the value of a single human life. The old guard survivors are now the only ones left to carry the weight of the original sin. They remember the smell of the sewers and the moaning of the dead, and they understand that the current managed crisis is just a slower version of the same disaster. Their collapse of moral authority is a personal tragedy, as they realize that their lifelong struggle has only served to build a more efficient machine for their enemies. They are the last witnesses to a world that cared about the difference between a man and a weapon, and they are now being hunted by the very agency they built to protect that world. Furthermore, the collapse of moral authority has allowed corporate interests to fully merge with the state. The pharmaceutical giants that fund the BSAA are the same ones producing the viruses the agency is supposed to contain. This circular economy of terror ensures that the nightmare will never end, as there is too much profit to be made in the management of disaster. The heroes are fighting a ghost, a system that has no heart to pierce and no headquarters to destroy. The war is now a permanent feature of the human experience, a biological churn that consumes everyone in its path. By the start of the next era, the world is a place where the establishment is the monster. The BSAA, the DSO, and the Blue Umbrella units are all part of a global biopower that thrives on conflict and infection. The survivors are the only ones left with a moral compass, but they are now the enemy of the state. The complete timeline shows that the war has changed. It is no longer about stopping a virus. It is about stopping the people who have integrated the virus into the foundations of human society. The collapse is total, and the only hope left is in the hands of the few who still remember what it means to be human in a world of engineered flesh. Part 48. Standard military assets. In the modern era, bioorganic weapons have successfully transitioned from being anomalous lab projects to becoming standard military assets. The global normalization of bioterrorism has led to a world where every major military power has a bio-tactical division. These units are no longer hidden in black sites. They are part of the official military budget, catalogued and deployed with the same regularity as drones or armored vehicles. The creatures that once terrorized the STARS unit in the Spencer Mansion, the Hunter, the Tyrant, and the Cerberus, are now mass-produced infantry, sold with spec sheets and performance guarantees to anyone with the capital to buy them. The standardization of these weapons has led to a new kind of clean warfare. Instead of long, messy occupations with high human casualties, a state can deploy a biological strike team to neutralize a target and then move in with sanitization units to claim the area. This has turned the world's conflict zones into continuous field tests for the next generation of bioweapons. The combat data protocol that Wesker pioneered is now the standard for all military development. The suffering of the local populations is no longer seen as a tragedy, but as performance metrics for the latest viral or fungal strain. The bioweapon is no longer a weapon of terror. It is a tool of efficiency. This shift has also led to the militarization of the environment. States are now developing environmental bioweapons that can rewrite the local ecology to make it hostile to human life. effectively creating a natural barrier that no traditional army can breach. The lessons of the guardhouse and the mold era have been fully integrated into the global military-industrial complex. We are living in a world where the soil, the water, and the air can be patented and weaponized by the state. The standard military asset era is the final realization of Umbrella's vision. A world where biology is the primary theater of war. The BSAA is the leading force in this standardization. By deploying their own biological soldiers, they have set the precedent for every other military in the world. They have proven that biotactical units are the most effective way to manage the modern world's fractured geopolitics. This has led to a bioarms race that is far more dangerous than the nuclear race of the 20th century. Viruses can mutate, parasites can adapt, and the mold can archive. We have created a world where the weapons of war are alive, and they are evolving faster than the treaties meant to contain them. The standardized use of these assets has also led to the industrialization of mutation. There are now factories that specialize in the refinement of viral strains, selling boosters and stabilizers to PMCs and state militaries. The bioweapon is no longer a secret project. It is a commodity with a global supply chain. This has made the world's conflict zones into continuous demonstration sales, where the effectiveness of a new hunter model is broadcast on private military channels to attract buyers. The standard military asset era is a world where the horror is profitable, and the profit is the only thing that matters to the people in charge. Furthermore, the integration of these assets into the national security grid means that a biological strike can now be triggered by an automated algorithm. We have created a world where a computer can decide to release a localized pathogen to manage a civilian riot or a border dispute. This is the final stage of the biopower vision, a world where the life and death of the population is governed by a high-tech, biological bureaucracy. The standard military asset is not just a soldier, it is a part of the global infrastructure of control, ensuring that the human race remains within the umbrella of state and corporate dominance. The psychological impact on the human soldiers who serve alongside these assets is equally devastating. They are forced to witness the total erasure of the line between life and machinery. They see their comrades being replaced by grey-skinned entities that do not sleep, do not eat, and do not fear. This creates a culture of cold, mechanical violence where empathy is viewed as a tactical weakness. The military has been hollowing itself out for decades, replacing its soul with the efficiency of the virus. By 2026, the concept of a biological free zone is a myth. Every major urban center is protected by biodefensive grids, and every military operation involves some form of biological support. The heroes of Raccoon City are now fighting against an industry that is too large to fail and too integrated to destroy. The standard military asset era is the end of the survival horror era. It is now just horror, a permanent part of the human experience that is managed by the people in suits and uniforms. The monsters are no longer hiding. They are the new standard. Part 49. Merging powers. Corporate, religious, and state. The current state of the global biological threat is defined by the final merging of corporate, religious, and state interests. In the early days, Umbrella was a rogue corporation, Los Iluminados was a rogue cult, and the government was a reluctant participant. However, leading into the start of Resident Evil 9, these three pillars of power have fully integrated into a single global biopower. The corporations provide the technology, the states provide the military infrastructure, and the cults, like the descendants of Mother Miranda's village, provide the ideological eugenics framework that justifies forced evolution. This is the triad of dominance, a system where biological research is no longer restricted by law, religion, or ethics. This merging is visible in the way bioweapons are marketed. They are sold not just as weapons, but as tools of purification or pathways to transcendence. The religious imagery of the stairway to the sun and the megamycete has been recycled into corporate branding, convincing a cynical world that the next mutation is a gift rather than a curse. This biological indoctrination ensures that the public is no longer resistant to the idea of genetic manipulation. The state uses this religious fervor to maintain order, while the corporations reap the profits. It is a self-sustaining cycle of biopower that has made the individual citizen completely expendable. The BSAA is the primary vehicle for this merging of powers. It is a UN-sanctioned military force, funded by a corporate council and increasingly influenced by the foundational religious research found in Eastern Europe. The quiet corruption has reached its logical conclusion. The agency is now the high priest of a global biological religion. They are no longer stopping the monster. They are guiding the evolution. This makes the current era the most dangerous in the entire timeline. There is no longer a system to fight against, because the system has absorbed all of its enemies and turned them into assets. The heroes like Clare Redfield are now heresies within this new world state. By fighting against the militarization of the mold and the viruses, they are not just fighting a company. They are fighting the entire global establishment. The merging of powers means that there is no safe haven left for the truth. Every hospital, every school, and every government office is part of the same biological network. The complete timeline has led us to a world where the Raccoon City cover-up is no longer necessary, because the people have been conditioned to accept the biological standard. The merging of these powers has created a global biotheocracy, where the pursuit of genetic perfection is seen as a religious duty and a national necessity. The cult of the virus has moved from the Endopia ruins and the Spanish mountains into the boardrooms and the halls of Parliament. This ideological fusion makes the threat almost impossible to combat. You cannot just raid a lab to stop it. You have to dismantle the entire social and political fabric of the planet. The merging powers have successfully turned the world into a single, unified laboratory, where every citizen is a potential test subject for the next stage of divine evolution. This system also utilizes biological branding to sell its vision to the public. They market genetic enhancements and immunity boosters that are actually low-level viral treatments, slowly integrating the population into the corporate state hive mind. They are creating a world where people choose to be infected, believing it is the only way to stay competitive in a modern world. This is the ultimate deception, making the prison look like a privilege. The merging powers have successfully erased the concept of the outbreak by making the infection a permanent, managed part of the human experience. Furthermore, the merging of interests ensures that no legal inquiry can ever succeed. When a disaster occurs, the state can blame a religious extremist group. The corporation can provide the medical solution, and the religious leaders can provide the spiritual comfort. It is a perfect closed loop of control that protects the triad of dominance from accountability. We are living in the age of the perfect crime, where the monster, the victim, and the savior are all part of the same balance sheet. As we move toward the events of the next chapter, the triad of dominance is preparing for its final act. They are looking for the perfect host, a being like Rosemary Winters who can unify the viral and fungal strains into a single, controllable godhood. The merging of powers is the perfect storm that Umbrella always wanted to create, but was too primitive to achieve. We are living in a world where the Umbrella is now the size of the planet, and the forced evolution that Spencer dreamed of is being delivered as a standard government service. Part 50, Post-Village World State. Following the events in Eastern Europe, the world state has entered a period of unprecedented biological high alert. The destruction of the megamycete and the rise of rosemary winters have proven that the mold is a threat that far exceeds the potential of the T-virus. The post-village world is one of containment nihilism. Every major world power is now aware that their territory could be colonized by a fungal hive mind at any moment, leading to a frantic scramble to secure anti-mold tactical assets. This has created a geopolitical environment of bioparanoia, where every respiratory illness is treated as a potential outbreak, and every rural community is monitored by biosurveillance drones. The BSAA has used the village incident to justify a massive increase in its global mandate. They have established bioprotective zones in every major city, which are effectively militarized districts where the population is subjected to constant biological screening. The agency has also accelerated its biological soldier program, claiming they need these assets to match the speed of the mold. The world is now a patchwork of these zones, creating a global society that is defined by its biostatus. If you are not part of the protected network, you are a biological outcast, left to survive in the hot zones that the BSAA refuses to sanitize. The information regarding the megamycete's ability to archive memory has also leaked into the shadow market. This has led to a rise in data scavenging, where syndicates like the Connections search for the remnants of fungal colonies to extract corporate secrets or military intelligence. The post-village world is a world where even the dead are not safe from exploitation. The memory market is the new frontier of corporate espionage, and the BSAA is the primary regulator of this macabre trade. The world has successfully turned the hive mind into a utility, proving that there is no horror that humanity cannot find a way to monetize. Rosemary Winters remains the centerpiece of this world state. She is the biological holy grail, a being who possesses the power to control the mold without being consumed by it. Her existence is a constant source of tension between the BSAA and the rogue elements led by Clare Redfield. Rose is a symbol of the post-village era, a child of the disaster who is being raised by the people who caused it. She represents the lie of survival in its most evolved form, a girl who is a hero to the public but a contained asset to the state. The world is waiting to see what happens when the product finally realizes its own value. The bioparanoia of the post-village world has led to the creation of genetic borders, where travel is restricted based on your fungal compatibility or your viral load. The world is no longer divided by geography, but by biology. The managed infection has created a new class system, where those with the best defensive mutations occupy the top of society, while the biological outcasts are left to rot in the forgotten corners of the world. The BSAA acts as the enforcer of this new order, ensuring that the clean populations remain isolated from the infected masses. This world state is also characterized by a total surveillance of the genome. Every citizen's DNA is archived and monitored for any sign of unauthorized mutation. The state has successfully turned the human body into a regulated territory, where a single unapproved genetic change is seen as an act of bioterrorism. The post-village world is a world of absolute control, where the monsters are used to justify the total erasure of privacy and autonomy. The nightmare of Raccoon City has become a global reality. But instead of fire, the government is using the umbrella of security to keep the world in a state of permanent, quiet terror. Furthermore, the post-village era has seen the rise of bioart and fungal socialism in certain underground communities. These are groups that have chosen to embrace the mold as a way to escape the corporate state, unaware that they are simply falling into another kind of hive mind. This cultural shift shows how deep the biological influence has penetrated the human psyche. We are no longer just fighting for our lives. We are fighting for our minds in a world where the very concept of the individual is being dissolved by the fungus and the virus. By the start of 1926, the world is on the brink of a total biological convergence. The viruses of the Raccoon City era and the fungus of the mold era are being integrated into a single global biopower. The post-village world is the final preamble to the events of Resident Evil 9. It is a world where the monsters are the establishment, the heroes are the outlaws, and the very concept of humanity is being rewritten in a corporate lab. The complete timeline has led us to a world that is perfectly infected, a place where the nightmare is no longer something you wake up from. It is the world you wake up into. Part 51. What the world looks like at the start of Resident Evil 9. At the start of Resident Evil 9, the world is a cold, clinical, and perfectly managed biological war zone. The old guard, Clare Redfield, Jill Valentine, and Leon Kennedy, are now aging legends, operating in the shadows of a world they no longer recognize. The monsters they fought in the Spencer Mansion and Raccoon City are now standard military infantry, and the bioterrorists they hunt are often the very governments they once served. The establishment is no longer hiding its biological research. It is celebrating it as the pinnacle of human achievement. We are living in a world of standardized horror, where the T-virus and the mold are the foundational tools of global statecraft. The BSAA is the dominant military power on the planet, a global bioempire that operates without oversight. They have successfully integrated biological soldiers into every level of their infrastructure, creating a post-human peacekeeping force that is biologically incapable of dissent. The agency's headquarters in Europe is a high-tech fortress of biopower, where the memories of the megamycete are used to predict and neutralize threats before they can even form. The heroes are now the heresies, a small group of rogue operatives fighting to reclaim the concept of human autonomy from an agency that has embraced the Umbrella Way. The public lives in a state of managed infection. Every aspect of daily life, from the water they drink to the air they breathe in the bioprotective zones, is filtered through corporate and state technology. The pharmaceutical myth has been replaced by the evolutionary guarantee. The people are told that they are being protected from the black market threats, while they are unknowingly being integrated into a global hive mind that archives their every thought and emotion. This is the triad of dominance in full effect, a world where corporate profit, state power, and biological religious fervor have merged into a single, unstoppable force. Rosemary Winters is the fulcrum upon which the next era will turn. She is a woman who has been raised in the heart of the machine, but who carries the memory and the sacrifice of Ethan Winters in her blood. She is the unpredictable variable that the BSAA cannot fully account for. The start of Resident Evil 9 is the point where the old guard and the new asset must decide if they are going to save the world or burn it down to stop the infection. The monsters are no longer hiding in the labs. They are the people signing the orders, and the horror is now the standard operating procedure for the entire human race. The start of Resident Evil 9 is the point of total biological realism. The characters and the audience must accept that the world as it was in 1998 is never coming back. The old guard are fighting for a ghost, a memory of a world where people were born and died without corporate intervention. The new guard, represented by Rose, must decide if they are going to be the final guardians of that memory or the architects of a new, post-human future. The standardized horror is the landscape of the next chapter, a world where the resurrection of the dead is a military protocol and the colonization of the soul is a corporate objective. The final verdict on the complete timeline is that Umbrella did not fail. They just changed their name. The establishment is the monster, and the nightmare is the law. As Clare Redfield looks out over the grey, militarized skyline of the BSAA headquarters, he realizes that the war is no longer about saving the world, but about redeeming it through a final, violent act of truth. The world leading into Resident Evil 9 is a world on the brink of its final mutation, and the old guard are the only ones left with the courage to pull the trigger on a system that has already turned the entire human race into a biological asset. The atmosphere is one of heavy, silent tension. The cities are clean, the people are healthy, and the monsters are obedient. It is the perfect world Spencer dreamed of, and it is a world that is fundamentally, biologically wrong. The struggle in the next chapter will be the most personal yet. A fight for the right to be finite, to be independent, and to be human in a world that has mastered the art of the eternal corporate hive mind. The countdown to Resident Evil 9 is the countdown to the final confrontation between the ghost of the past and the biological certainty of the future. The complete timeline from 1966 to the present day has been a steady descent into this perfectly infected world. Every outbreak, every betrayal, and every victory has been a step toward the total biological colonization of the planet. As we stand at the threshold of the next chapter, the question is no longer about survival, but about redemption. Can the heroes who witnessed the first day of the Raccoon City outbreak find a way to end the nightmare that has become the world's reality? The shadows are long, the establishment is hungry, and the fire from the mountains is finally coming home.